The key that unlocks fate. Are you ready? Am I ready? Now, I think that it accidentally started when I was trying to find Little One quests. So something has happened that leads us to go here, but I don't remember what it is. I don't know what it is. It's been too long, I forgot. So I gotta figure out how to get there. Check the quest log. What's the best way to get up there, actually? How get there? Probably not climbing. Have you done the Layla event quest? No. Let me get this waypoint. Anyways, that might show me where to go. Can y'all hear the music, by the way? No, I haven't tried that. I have not tried that yet. I have truly spent every free moment on world quests, guys. Any time at all I had to play Genshin, it's all been world quests. All of it. Like, I cannot really overstate how much it's consumed my time. Because I've had to squeeze it in alongside all the other stuff that is very important for me to do. This is not correct. No, this is not it. I don't think that— oh, it is right!
Was there always a cave here?
What?
Go take a look, right? Seems like a thing to do on a patrol.
Oh my god. I did not expect to be going the right way. I'm gonna turn this up. Daily reminder. Fall damage is indeed lethal in this game. Okay.
Hey! There's a hilichurl here. Is it sleeping? Doesn't look very hostile. Why is it hiding away here?
Is Dane voiced? Why is it hiding? Yeah, why?
Ah! You woke it up!
Can y'all hear— is the audio okay, guys?
It ran away. Oh, guess our reputation in Natland is more fearsome than we thought. Even hilichurls don't want to mess with us now.
There's something on the ground.
You mean that shiny thing? Huh. Must have dropped it as it ran off.
What's that?
Huh. Paimon bets that hilichurl thought it was a priceless treasure. It was probably planning to hide it here for safekeeping. Until we showed up.
What if it is a priceless treasure?
Paimon, take a look. Hilichurls aren't the brightest, so it might not be worth much.
It looks
but still,
expensive.
what is it? You look so serious all of a sudden. Isn't this just a regular old key? The style is unusual, though. Doesn't look Natlanese. Where do you think it's from?
This is the key to the hibernation chamber on the spaceship.
What do you mean?
What?
Hibernation chamber? What spaceship?
Okay, I'm supposed to be confused.
Wait. You mean...
What do you mean the—
spaceship? The
what?
one that brought you to Tibet?
No. What? Oh my god. Okay.
So, how did that key show up here? Are you sure you didn't just drop it?
I still have mine. I've always made sure to keep it safe and sound.
Whoa! Yeah! These look identical! So, if one of them's yours, does that mean the other one is...
There's only two. One belongs to me, and the other to my brother. Well, y'all don't need it anymore.
Knew it!
How long ago could it have
Keys to
been
a
left behind?
spaceship. Huh. Somehow that really rams home the fact that you really are an actual alien. Oh, wait, no. Descender.
How did Paimon get here? What is Paimon?
But anyway, now we know where it came from. The question is, how did it get here?
How did you get here?
The simplest explanation is that your brother lost his key somewhere not far from here. Then that Hilichurl found it and ducked into the nearest cave to hide it.
Where is he?
If that's true,
Is he?
it means your brother was here recently.
I don't believe that. By extension, the Abyss Warder was probably here as well. I mean, it looks new. Like, it doesn't look dirty or anything. So I guess he was here recently.
Yeah. Man, this is so crazy. We only agreed to help with the Anson's patrol on a whim. And now, we've made this bombshell discovery and found a huge lead on your brother.
He wouldn't just leave it. It just slipped out of his pocket.
Should we keep following this trail while it's hot? Or do you think we should check back in with the Anson?
We don't need to talk to her.
Ah, there you are.
Oh.
Looks like you went the extra mile today. Thanks for being so diligent.
Okay. Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, Anson.
Oh, that's what I just
Didn't think we'd see
That's what I
you
just
again, so we
said.
headed back to the settlement.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said, Paimon.
We were actually just about to go meet up with you. We've made a huge discovery today.
This is like every time I stream Genshin, we do this. Like every single time. I am literally Paimon. We share one brain cell.
I came here to let you know that you don't need to keep patrolling anymore. The bodybuilding competition has just been cancelled, so the usual squad will be resuming their normal duties. They'll be here to take over shortly.
Oh, okay, great.
Wait, canceled? Why? What happened?
The Abyss Order attacked.
Oh shit!
Huh?
They're here. Didn't expect our suspicions to be confirmed so quickly. Sounds like Aether's on the move. I'll find a way to speak with him in person this time. I have to.
I've heard of the Abyss Order, but this is the first time I've known them to take organized action on such a large scale.
What? But why?
It's like they're preparing to go to war against our entire nation.
One little sect versus the entire nation of war? How are they expecting to pull that off? Based on everything we've seen from them so far, they usually prefer to act in the shadows.
Yeah.
So, what's different about it this time? What could they be after?
Something we don't know about yet.
No
Oh,
clue.
sorry.
All we know is that they've attacked our tribe, but that doesn't tell us much.
Why would a brother do these things?
Our defenses are holding strong.
Why
so
is he
far,
like that?
So I'm gonna head to the Stadium of the Sacred Flame and see what Mawika knows. If there's any information out there, she's the one people report to.
Yeah.
Oh, want to come with me? I'm sure everyone will feel better knowing that the hero of Natlan is on the case.
This is super interesting. Well, I need to find out more, and I can provide information on the Abyss Order.
Great. Then let's head over together.
Yes. Space and time for you. We came on the spaceship. I never really thought that we might have been on a spaceship. I thought I didn't really have like a conception of what the travel was like. But can I look at this thing in my inventory? Precious items. Oh, is that a hot spring clock? Oh yeah, I love recipes. Rocks. Should learn all this stuff. Green fruit puffer. Okay, what am I doing? I got distracted. We're looking for the key. The key. Where the hell did I put it? Oh my god, I lost it. Okay, don't worry about that. Let's just go. It's in there somewhere. Imagine you lose it immediately.
Malika!
Okay.
Oh? Ah, great timing, Eon-san. I was just about to send someone
Middle
for
tab.
you.
Okay.
And it's good
See
to
you
see the travelers with you.
How are things looking? What's the latest word from the messengers?
The Abyss Order has been spotted near several tribes at the same time. Clearly, this is a coordinated strike.
I just realized she has extra zippers on her booba. Those are extra zippers, right? All right. Okay. Let's pay attention. The Abyss Order has been spotted near several tribes.
Also, their numbers are much higher than expected. Their organization appears to have grown considerably, but because they're usually so secretive, this is the first we're learning of it.
Right. Normally this wouldn't...
It sounds like they're throwing everything they have at us. What are they trying to achieve?
That's what I'd like to know as well. Historically, Natlan has not been a hotbed of Abyss Order activity, and we have no particular quarrel with them.
Well, you do now.
Could it be revenge, perhaps? Would they want to get back at us for our recent victory over the Abyss?
I don't know.
Oh, seems unlikely. But then again, Paimon wouldn't put anything past the Abyss Order.
It's too early to say anything definite. For the time being, we should continue monitoring the situation.
How are the battles going? Not too many casualties, hopefully?
Natlan cannot catch a break.
Well, even if they're committing all their forces to the fight, they're in for a tough time. Our brave warriors have just emerged victorious from an all-out fight against the Abyss itself.
Yeah.
Yep. We have a whole nation's worth of seasoned veterans fighting for us.
Compared to the true Abyss, the Abyss Order poses a far smaller threat. They cannot endlessly replenish their forces for starters.
What if it's a distraction?
However, this is still a war, so we must give it our all and do our utmost to minimize casualties.
Worse, what if they're trying to get my attention? Like, what if it's a trap to get me into a specific spot?
The tribes are organizing their defenses as we speak. Traveler, this is one war that Natlan can handle on its own.
Oh,
If you wish to stay out of it, you'll be safe here at the stadium with me.
that's a nice offer. But you know I can't. It's personal.
Oh? In what way?
God, how do you say this? The current leader of the Abyss Order is my brother. Yeah.
Yep, that's how it is.
Yeah. It's... Yeah, we don't know why.
I see. My goodness, that is very personal indeed.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, do you have any idea what his goal could be?
No, he won't tell us.
Safe to say, they're not exactly on the best terms at the moment. Ever since Paimon met the Traveler, she's been trying to track her brother down and get some answers. But he's been avoiding her.
But he said at the end of your journey, you'll understand, but
I see. So you two have fallen out.
God, he's attacking
Pretty
people.
common occurrence between siblings.
Well, yeah, that may be. But the stakes are a little higher where these two are involved.
They certainly are. Although somehow it doesn't surprise me that a spat between the Traveler and Twin could affect the fate of the entire world. Just so I'm clear, you're still on Natlan's side, and you have no idea what your sibling is after. Is that right?
She doesn't. She's starting to. I'm very suspicious all of a sudden. Absolutely.
Well, that's a relief. When you first mentioned your sibling, I was worried we were about to be thrust into an impossible position.
Yeah. Sus.
Our reports say that the Abyss Order has focused most of their efforts against the Masters of the Nightwind. If you don't plan on staying here with me, I'd recommend going there to lend them a hand.
Okay.
I'll join you. Right now, the Collective of Plenty isn't facing a serious threat, so we should support the other tribes.
Many thanks, you two. Anything you need, send word to me right away.
Okay. I mean, but why would the key be left there? Was it there specifically for me to pick up? It wasn't just dropped haphazardly. Like, I don't believe that. Ooh. I need that. I need that. Yay. Okay. Is the music off? Yeah, it's really quiet. Let me turn it up. Let me know if that's better. I can turn it up more if you need to, but...
Look, it's Lolly.
Hey!
Huh. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Are you here to reinforce us?
How are things looking? Mawika told us to come here.
Oh, the situation must be pretty dire if it's managed to get Lolly out of the house.
Got him!
Dire? No,
Oh my
I
gosh,
wouldn't go
great.
that far. It's mostly just irritating. I heard we're being hit the hardest out of all the tribes. What are they trying to imply? They just think we're pushovers or something?
Yes. Clearly.
The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. I couldn't exactly concentrate on my novel after that, so... well, here I am.
So, that's how they earned the ire of Granny Eatsley, huh?
They call themselves the Abyss Order, yes? Ugh, so tasteless. It's exactly the kind of two-dimensional name a clueless writer picks because they don't trust the rest of their writing to persuade the reader of who the real villains are.
Is that... Yo, is that a meta joke? Did you just roast the devs?
Hey, she's saying your brother has poor taste.
I'm just glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. I would have changed the names. Yeah.
Wait, what? Are you saying her brother is a member of the Abyss Order? I only said that because I was mad.
Oh yeah, we
Maybe
can
I went
read
too far.
her thoughts.
Hey, let's save the chat for later. We've got some enemies incoming.
Good. A much-needed chance to vent my frustration. And not a moment too soon. Things were getting awkward there. Luckily, I'll never have to find out just how badly the rest of that conversation was gonna go.
Yeah, it's convenient.
You didn't have to say that last part out loud,
No.
Lolly. Anyway, let's get him!
It's funny. Okay. Oh, so Lolly, we can, I've never played with this character before. How does this work? What's space? Whoa! Whoa! Whee! What? Oh my god! Get down, girl!
You two!
Okay.
Time to end them!
Shine down.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Full of wisdom.
Show no mercy!
Okay. Okay.
The tide's beckon.
She's an off-field support. That makes sense.
Much better. That's more like it.
Oh, impressive work, Granny Eatsley.
That makes
If
sense.
I'd known you were on the case already, I might have reconsidered whether your tribe really needed reinforcements.
If anyone should be reconsidering, it's the Abyss Order. They picked the wrong target this time.
Experience says that if we head in the direction they were attacking from, we should find their stronghold. Why don't we press our advantage and destroy their base? They won't know what hit them.
Hey, was there a battle here just now? Need any help?
Wow. Thanks a lot. No.
The warriors from the Masters of the Nightwind are here!
The battle against the Abyss is still fresh on our minds, so everyone's used to working together. Well, morale's high and everyone's here.
Oh, there's more.
Let's go take down that stronghold.
But there is more. Okay, so you said she's off field, so we do this. Oh.
Hey, this made her a little.
Remember, health comes first. Settle down.
We only need Nuvolent, actually. Where's Mo? Oh, we're going onward. This is a full-on battle. Okay. Dark light candlesticks created by believers will constantly absorb nearby characters' elemental energy and convert it into void wards. What? Retrieve the converted elemental energy. Oh, that's not good.
What is that thing? It's like it's draining the strength out of my body. Find a way to destroy it.
Okay.
Show no mercy. Lolene, beats Papa.
The Abyss Order's
Oh.
resistance is faltering. Now's our chance.
That's not a problem.
Mighty humble.
Warriors, attack! After them!
Zep, you missed Flynn's? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I love don't worry. I got Lauma and Flynn's. Even when I did not have time to play. Flynn's is a very high priority husbando. So obviously, I was not going to pass him up. In fact, Flynn's banner coincided with, I also play Love in Deep Space. I've been playing a lot of Love in Deep Space. Flynn's banner coincided with Zane's, oh my god, what am I doing? God of Annihilation banner. And I had to make a very difficult choice. And I passed on Zane's banner. I passed on the Zane banner. That I needed Flynn's instead. That's a call I made. I stand by that.
Huh. The Abyss Order's all bark and no bite.
I'm not a Zane girly though, so it's okay.
To be honest, this was anticlimactic. I was hoping for a personal apology at the very least. And ideally, a whole speech acknowledging the superior might of the Masters of the Nightwind.
It's not really how they operate.
Well, whatever. I'll just have to make up for it with some extra wine at the victory feast.
No, you gotta cut that out, girl. We need to have an intervention.
With the stronghold cleared, this area should be safe for the time being. But still, something tells me we can't afford to let our guard down yet. Maybe it's just me, but an enemy under siege normally defends their stronghold at all costs. The fighting gets more and more intense right till the bitter end. But this time was different. With a few exceptions, most of the enemies here gave up and fled the moment that... well, I don't know, but it seemed like they sensed something.
Is it because of me? Or is this all a diversion? Are they pulling forces away from something else?
Huh? Not sure I follow. They did a tactical retreat, that's all. It's just a different strategy.
I'm not convinced. Don't forget, they're radicals who chose to wage war on an entire nation.
Right.
They don't do things in half measures.
Unless it's a diversion, that's the only thing that
cut
makes
their
sense.
losses and run like that.
So you're saying there's more to this than meets the eye?
I'm saying we don't know enough to be sure of anything at this stage. So let's stay alert and keep our defenses at the ready.
We're no wiser as to the Abyss Order's objective. Back to square one. If I could only get Ether to talk to me. Well, he won't. I'm heading back to the Collective of Plenty. That key is our only lead so far.
Paimon had a hunch you might
Yeah.
say that, but you're right. if we can somehow use that key to track down your sibling, maybe we can end this war before things get serious. And maybe you can finally get some answers.
Yeah. We won't.
Wait, you're leaving? But I was still debating whether to invite you to the first victory feast.
Go ahead, you two. See, Lolly and I will take care of things here.
No. No. We're not gonna find out. Okay. Back to the cave, right? It's a weird spot where it looks like there won't be anything, but it is things that are there. Zepla plays lads for the gameplay. Yeah, I mean, this story, it's really, really immersive story. Great storytelling and gameplay and stuff. Yeah. Look, I wasn't gonna download it until they released the merman banner, okay? Do you think, like, get real, do you think I am gonna be able to not pull on a merman banner? No. The sea god? Obviously I need to pull on that.
Started. That Helix girl probably found the key nearby, right?
I downloaded the game to do that. No regrets. It's been months at this point. I think I've already passed my 100 days played. What's a great song? Okay, back where we started. Where did he find that key?
Let's look around for clues. There's no time to waste. Beyonce and St. Lolly are waiting for us.
Okay. Why didn't we look around for clues the first time we were here? Oh, because we had to leave in a hurry.
We scoured the entire area, but still nothing. How the heck did the key end up in that Hilichurl's hands?
Wait, what if the brother is the Hilly Troll? No, that doesn't make any sense. Wait, that makes no sense. Wait, that makes no
Are
sense.
we supposed to believe that it just fell out of your brother's pocket as he passed by?
Didn't I just say that? Hey, I said that exact thing when we first got here.
Seems kind of ludicrous to lose something so
That's what I
important in such a
said!
dumb way. But then again, who knows?
I
Sometimes in life,
just
things
said
just go
that.
missing, and that's that.
That's so crazy. I literally said that.
Someone's here. Please help me.
Oh my god, how cute is she? Is it Conry Oz?
Huh? Who are you? What happened?
So cute. Wait. The flowers kind of similarly, but different. What's going on?
No, now isn't the time.
What's going on?
Please, you've got to help me. I'm being chased by monsters and I can't keep running. Can you do something?
Where are the monsters?
Yeah, where are they? Paimon doesn't see any monsters behind you.
What the hell is going on right
Huh? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. They're almost here. This really isn't the time to be joking around.
now?
We're not. We're completely serious. We don't see any monsters.
But how? Ugh, there's no time. They're coming. We gotta run.
But I really don't see anything.
What's wrong with that girl? She must be seeing things. Oh no! It looks like something really hit her. Maybe she was right.
What?
Quick, let's see if she's okay. What's wrong? Are you hurt? What was that?
The monsters! They're right there! You need to get out of here. It's too dangerous.
Let me help you up first. I can see them.
Huh? Oh, now you finally see them. Well, it's about time. I nearly kicked the bucket just now.
What's going on?
Right. Thank you, Savior.
What is going on?
Savior?
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm confused. I'm more and more confused.
Make yourselves at home.
Seems like an emergency. Bow your head.
You done? Paimon still can't see anything, so she can't tell.
Are they really here? How am I sharing in this delusion? They can't really be here. But she got attacked. But she's... Oh my god, is anything real?
You just looked like you were slicing at thin air. Kind of funny, actually.
I could see them when I'd held her hand.
Oh, really?
Sure.
What's wrong?
It's nothing. It's okay. I can see they're all gone now. No need for you to check. I didn't think much of it when the monsters were breathing down our necks, but now that I've calmed down, holding
Just
hands with you
blushing.
like this, I'm just a little shy, that's all.
What? That's really weird. Okay.
Huh? Have you never
Right?
shaken hands with someone before?
Exactly,
You
Paimon.
sure get flustered easily.
Thank you so much, girl. That was a very weird reaction.
Well, anyway, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. I'm Deirdith. Thanks for, saving me just now. I'm really grateful for your help.
That's such a pretty name. I love that name.
No worries. Paimon's Paimon, and this is the Traveler. With her around, you'll be safe from any monsters. As long as they're visible. So, what was the deal with those monsters just now, anyway?
Your guess is as good as mine. I could see them the whole time, so when you said you couldn't, I thought you were making fun of me.
Whoa! That must have been scary. The idea that we'd stand by and laugh while some poor girl was being hunted down by monsters?
I gotta say, one thing I always appreciate about Genshin is the fact that even when you're just having a conversation, just standing in front of somebody, they always really go out of their way to make sure there's a lot of variety in camera angles and like shots, so that it never feels like we're just standing. You know what I mean? So they always make these conversations feel really cinematic, which I appreciate. That would have made us more monsters than the monsters.
Don't worry, we aren't like that. When we say we can't see something, it's because we really can't see it. But more importantly, did the monsters hurt you? How bad is it?
It's nothing serious. But I did sprain my ankle back there. I won't be doing any more running for a while.
She's the hilly turtle. There's a cave nearby, so she goes to the cave,
Yeah,
and then...
thank you.
But it's like a time warp problem?
Thank you so much.
Is this... Wait.
Despite getting injured, I still feel much safer
That doesn't make
with you
any sense.
around. I'm gonna stay here until I heal up. Don't want to risk running into any more monsters.
Does she think I'm the brother? Oh my god.
Yeah, you already took a big enough risk coming out here all on your own. So, where are you from, Deirdith?
But no, that wouldn't make any sense. Paimon's here involved too. This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
A small village, far away from here. I walked for what seemed like forever and lost my way, so... Yeah, I have no idea where I am anymore.
Okay.
Maybe all these trials and tribulations are part of the journey. No one said finding the savior is gonna be easy.
Didn't she call me that?
Huh. That's the second time you called the Traveler a savior. What's all that about?
Oh, sorry. It just slipped out.
I was caught off guard. The resemblance is so uncanny. Anyway,
Oh,
let me
okay.
start from the
The
beginning.
resemblance. Okay. So that's why she was blushing?
There was once a sage who
But
passed
then what
through
if
my
you're playing
village.
the...
People got the sense that she was truly omniscient.
Okay.
The sage said that doomsday was coming. But as that day approached, a savior would reveal themselves to us. The day of disaster is almost upon us, so my grandmother begged me to leave the village and find the savior before it's too late.
Doomsday?
I've heard people talk about the savior since I was a kid. Growing up, it really made an impression on me. The description is practically etched into my mind. So when I saw your golden hair for the first time, it was like this image that's existed in my mind's eye all these years suddenly came to life. Everything matched.
Oh, so that's why you were lost for words when you first saw her. Well, the Traveler's definitely got what it takes to be a savior, and she's already got a ton of titles, so she won't mind one extra.
But like, does the Traveler not recognize Condrian eyes? Does she not see that? That's very obvious. Or I guess not.
Actually, I don't think it's her.
Oh.
What? But didn't you say that everything matched?
Everything except the gender. The savior was described as a young man.
Okay.
Oh, for goodness sake. There are gender requirements to be a savior? Really?
I know who it is.
Oh, of course. If it's not you, then it's gotta be him.
Who? Who is it?
My
You
brother.
have a brother? Well, then that's it. Oh, it's him. It has to be. Oh, thank goodness.
Are we back in Depression Impact? Oh yeah. Emotional impact. It really bothered me that they don't recognize the eye. Yeah, I guess they don't. But I mean, you see people... Okay, to play devil's advocate, you see people with all kinds of crazy eyes all the time. Like, maybe you just lose track because everybody has crazy eyes. I don't know. I see you're playing the game like it wants to be played, like a story game. Well, yeah. This is how I usually enjoy playing Genshin. But it's interesting that this quest, it's like reminding you that, okay, the Abyss Order is a horrible threat that's attacking people, but could it be that there are other people who had seen what your brother was doing is good, and that's all gonna lead somewhere?
Please, can you take me to see him?
No.
Maybe.
But
if
this
you're
is like
lucky.
timey-wimey
It just
stuff,
depends if we
or a
can find
ghost, or I'm so confused. You're supposed to be confused, though. I think that's part of it.
Huh? Isn't he your brother?
Sorry. Looks like Paimon steered this conversation back to the fallout between you two. It wasn't on purpose, but that's the reality, so it's hard to avoid.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But since you're looking for him anyway, why don't we team up? We might stand a better chance if we work together.
Wait. The key was for the hibernation chamber. Did he? Oh my god. I have so many questions right now. Do we still have access to the spaceship? Did we put Conrad on the spaceship? Are there Healy Trails on the spaceship? Is she a Healy Trail? Oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta just, okay, set that aside and continue the story. Have you always believed that doomsday will come?
Yes. Everyone says that the disaster is inevitable. But the Savior will rescue us all from our pain and suffering. I've always dreamed of meeting the Savior.
Do you really buy this whole doomsday thing? Seems kind of far-fetched.
Like, why is Paimon and the Traveler not trying to figure this out based on what we know? I don't know. She spoke with conviction. I don't think she's lying. Like, I feel like they're not even trying to put the puzzle pieces together. Maybe it's another lie spread by the Abyss Order. I feel like we're being kind of stupid. Like, we're not using all the clues at hand. There was a Hilly Trail here. Okay, think about it. Doomsday, Hilly Trail, your brother. How do these things go together, girl? Okay.
See? She broke eye contact. Sure sign of a guilty conscience. Time to press her for answers.
I guess they don't want to stress you out, the player. They want to take you through this at the pace that will be easy to process. So that's, I understand it. I understand it from the writing standpoint.
What's wrong, Deirdis? Something's clearly bothering you. You want to tell us what's going through your mind?
Oh, I just...
She's like, okay, she's just, I look too much like the brother who is, like, in her world, a husband, I guess.
How should I put it?
I don't know.
The Traveler looks just like the Savior
Yeah.
of my dreams.
Yeah.
And it's not every day that the Savior of dreams swoops in and saves the day in your moment of crisis. So I'm just a little overwhelmed, that's all. 3 seconds of unbroken eye contact is the limit.
This is like,
I don't think my mind and body can handle any more than that.
it's a little bit weird for me. Girl, you are making me uncomfortable. You don't have to say everything you're thinking out loud. Thank you.
What do you mean, limit? What happens after 3 seconds?
Like, it's a little bit much for me, dude. It's making me uncomfy. How am I supposed to respond to that? Say, stop it.
I'm sorry. Please forget that I said anything. Let's just
Agreed.
leave it there for now.
Yes, please stop talking about that. It's weird.
Like I said, I'm going to hide here until I feel well enough to move again.
I don't know you.
If you manage to find the Savior in the meantime, please come and let me know. Thank you.
Okay. I will.
Are you sure you'll be okay here on your own? Do you have enough to eat?
It's a good question.
I'll be fine. I might not be much of a fighter, but I know how to stay hidden. And if I get
I heard
hungry,
Taylor Swift.
I'm sure I'll find something around here. Don't worry about that.
Traveler Swift. You mean?
Alright then. Well, take care. Being on your own isn't easy. What a mysterious girl. We should definitely keep an eye on her.
Right.
But hey, at least she seems to like you. And
But
it sounds like
much.
she's gonna help look for your brother when she's healed. Anyway, this is probably all the progress we're gonna make for now.
We're not getting more
Let's head
clues.
back to the Masters of the Night Wind and see if they need our help.
This is it's just a strange choice to leave her there like that. That we would leave her there like that. Because so far, this is the only person that seems to have any information at all about the brother. Which is supposed to be our main goal, right? Finding him. So just leaving our one and only lead in a random cave by herself to fend for herself in the wild. And she's also just been attacked by shadow monsters that we're just going to walk off and leave her there. I don't think I would do that. I think we would have to, we'd take her to the nearby village, have them watch her. Okay. Just things, I'm just thinking out loud. Just thinking out loud. That's all.
Oh, you're back. How did it go? Find anything?
Nothing substantial, unfortunately. But we had the weirdest experience.
So I take it that the war's still on?
Yes.
That's okay. I just wasn't sure, because things seemed to be at a standstill while you were gone. The Abyss Order hasn't attacked us, and since we don't know what they're planning, we haven't made a move either. In a word, it's a stalemate. The guards have been keeping watch around the clock, but for everyone else, you wouldn't even know we're at war.
Huh. Really makes you wonder what the Abyss Order's thinking.
I was wondering, Traveler, if you have the time, could you go and pay a visit to the guards?
Okay.
They've been working
I need
pretty demanding
information.
schedule. I was gonna go see them myself, but I'm sure they'd appreciate a visit from the greatest hero of our time.
Oh, but you're a great hero too, Yan-san.
Since you asked, this is my sibling's fault.
Great. Thanks, you two.
Wow, Tumaini, our hero. We've actually fought together before. You probably don't remember it, though.
Of course I do.
You do? Then it's truly an honor to serve alongside you once more.
Of course, yes.
Thank you for standing guard this whole time.
It's all good. Honestly, it's not been that much work. Haven't heard a peep from the enemy.
Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
Nothing that would indicate an impending attack. I've spotted a bunch of Abyss Order operatives, but they weren't acting hostile, just hanging around. There were even moments when they seemed to be meditating. At least, that's what it looked like to me. Maybe
What?
it's part of their religion or something.
Just hanging around.
Out of an abundance of caution, I asked some shamans from the tribe to take a look and see if there was anything nefarious at work. But they didn't sense anything untoward, so we just put it down to religious ceremony and left them to it.
Okay.
Huh. Interesting. Oh well, the more time they spend meditating, the less time they spend trying to beat us to a pulp.
Could this be related to their true objective?
Well, the shamans didn't raise any concerns, so how bad could it be? As far as I'm concerned, so long as they don't pose an active threat, they can do all the cult worship activities they want.
Yeah, that's not your problem, I guess.
Besides, as soon as everything's in place and we're ready for an all-out offensive, there'll be no match for us.
Okay.
Sounds like morale is pretty high. Guess there's strength and confidence in numbers. Let's keep going.
Yeah, they don't
Traveler.
really feel like it's that big of a threat either. So, it's really strange. None of it makes us.
Huh? Is that Tumaini? What brings you here? Is this like a meet and greet? I wasn't. I'm so nervous.
Pull yourself together, man.
Hey, come
This
on.
is war.
You'd march to war without so much as blinking. What's so scary about a chat with a traveler, huh?
It's not the same thing at all. There are plenty of chances to go to war.
Oh my God, you're laying it on a bit
Great
thick.
hero. That could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Cut it out.
How can I not be nervous? What if I say something wrong? Or if my posture's bad? Or if I accidentally make a weird expression
It's
with
too
my
late.
face?
It's too late. You have a horrible
One bad
This is
impression
an
can stick for
awful,
life.
awful first impression. Yeah. You worried so much about your impression that you made a horrible one.
No one's here to judge you on your posture or your facial expression.
It's too late. I judged hard.
All right then. I'm sorry, great hero, but
Oh my
I have a
God.
small favor to
What
ask.
is it? Just say what it is.
Let Paimon guess. An autograph, right? That's easy.
This is actually one of my biggest pet peeves, is when people are like, can I ask you something? And I'm like, yes. And then I don't hear from you for a long time. You could have just said what it was in the beginning. Now it will be days, weeks maybe, before I know what it is I can help you with.
May I challenge you to a fight?
Yes.
What?
Good.
How can you be so audacious and so sheepish at the same time?
Sending a DM right now. Don't you
I'm
dare.
starting to think your nervousness is all just an act.
Oh yeah, what if it is?
No, of course not. I just figured that if I don't ask now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. But I am
I'm
still
ready
on
to kick his
patrol.
ass.
So please,
Yes, absolutely.
Paimon, if you wouldn't mind taking over for me for just a few minutes?
Yes.
Ugh, again with the sheepish audacity. Just pick one or the other, will
Bring
you?
it on.
Woohoo!
Fight.
Obviously, I never expected to win, but until now, I didn't appreciate just how great the gulf was between us.
God. God. That's so This was very cringe.
I'll be bragging about the day I got to spar with Hermione for the rest of my life. Today's really my lucky day.
This is the most embarrassing day of your life.
Ugh. Paimon can't keep up with you. Your tone has changed all over again. Now you've had a spar with the Traveler. What gives?
Well, some people connect through conversation, but we warriors bond by sparring. And now that I've had a bout with the hero, we're no longer strangers. Nothing to be nervous about anymore.
Okay. Well, to each their own. But Paimon's still gonna stick to conversation.
Okay, have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Not at all. We haven't spotted any new enemy movements.
That was so goofy. Thank you.
As Paimon expected, nothing here either.
That was so
Let's do another round
goofy
and get back to Yan-san.
and over the top. And honestly, a little unnecessary too.
So, did the guards find anything?
No.
Nothing much, no. Someone mentioned that the Abyss Order has been doing some kind of meditation or prayer, but apparently it seemed harmless.
Like, was that only to gas you up a little bit? And make you feel like you're a big shot and you're tough shit and like nobody... Is that what that was for?
Paimon wants to lodge a complaint about one of the guards.
What
though.
was?
His name's Kentaro.
You're gonna lodge a complaint? You're gonna speak with a manager? Ignore Paimon.
Traveler?
Paimon's complaining.
And no one thought to wake me up, huh?
In fairness, you look pretty hungover. Can't imagine anyone wanting to wake you up in that state.
Man, I love Paimon. Man, like who has the balls to talk to her like this?
I'll have you know I'm perfectly sober when I'm hungover.
Funny.
okay. I'll admit that sounds strange at face value, but regardless, what I meant to say is, I heard something about the Abyss Order engaging in meditation.
Yeah, that's right. Does it mean anything to you, St. Lolly?
I sensed something strange in my dream. It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Okay, we're making that's important.
Oh, what does that mean?
Hard to say. I don't think it had any tangible effect on the Night Kingdom or on our ley lines, but still. It's like a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality.
Wait,
It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that something strange is going on.
is that girl we met noise from the wrong signal? And when we touch her hand, we attune to that signal?
Oh. So even someone as familiar with the ley lines as you can't tell what's going on. No wonder the shamans that Satura called to the front lines couldn't sense anything.
Ian-san, I think we should go talk to the chiefs. There's no point dragging this out. We need to take the initiative and drive the Abyss Order out of Natlan for good.
Yeah, probably.
If that's the Council of Granny Eatsley, I'm sure the chiefs will agree. But it will still take us some time to gather the required force. In war, adequate planning and preparation is the key to victory.
Sure, but the finer details aren't my concern. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. Just remember to come find me when you're ready to talk to the chiefs.
Since you're here, I might as well ask one more question.
Oh? Sure, what is it?
Have you ever heard of monsters that are only visible to certain people?
Huh, you mean only select
This is the noise.
individuals can see them? Now that's a strange one. I guess they could be manifestations of a disturbed psyche?
No.
Or extreme negativity embodied in physical form?
No, it's not that.
It could also be a simple case of dead monsters whose souls got stuck here somehow.
No, that's
Well,
not
I
it.
say simple. Things quickly get confusing when you start looking into monster souls. For starters, trying to figure out which classification system to use is a real pain in the...
Alright, we get it. Granny Eatsley's learning and wisdom knows no bounds. But could we just get the short answer?
Oh my god, thank you, Paimon.
Hey, I was just thinking out loud. You really think I was just trying to flaunt my knowledge?
Yeah.
Anyway, the short answer is... there are many potential explanations for the kind of phenomenon you describe. That said, it's not something I've ever encountered in all my years.
Yeah, this is something really different. It's new.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, if Granny Eatsley's never seen it, it might as well not exist, right?
Hey, I'm not
Pete.
that old!
Wait. I agree. It's hard to say what it was for sure. She is that old. She's old as hell.
Care to elaborate on what happened? This all sounds rather mysterious.
Tell the two about what happened.
Really? You had to hold her hand to see the monsters? That sounds a little
Oh
contrived.
god, right. That's one thing. I loved Lolly's story quest for her tribe. I loved it. However, one thing I did not love was the forced girlfriend stuff. I want that to be optional, and I felt like in her tribe quest, they really, really pushed that on me. I'm all for it being in the game, but I want it to be optional, and they really wanted me to hold her hand and have romantic moments. And even at the end, she's like, here's the key to my house. Come in anytime, even if I'm asleep. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. Making me feel uncomfortable. And now it's like, oh, she's mad because I held the hand of another girl. You know, I get what they're trying to do. It's weird for me, okay? I want to have friendships that are sisterly with women in the game. Okay, let me do this. I had a similar complaint in Star Rail. It's not as bad in this game, Thank God. But I'm just gonna complain about. I will complain about it every time.
Huh? That's the part that bothers you?
Yes, Paimon. That's the part that bothers me. Yeah.
Maybe the point is more that it requires direct physical contact, whether that be hand-holding or otherwise.
Oh my God.
But that's neither here nor there. What bothers me is, it sounds like she's convinced that your sibling, the leader of the Abyss Order, is a savior.
Right. That's the important part.
That really makes me question whose side this girl is on, and whether what she told you about her background is actually the truth.
Well, she was being attacked by abyss monsters. Well, you know, wolf hounds, beast hounds, rift hounds. Should say instead. For clarity. But
Sorry if that comes across as paranoid. It's just hard not to be suspicious of everything when we're in the middle of a war.
Actually, Paimon feels like
This
you
is
make
a good
fair
point.
Whoever this girl is, she sounds like bad news.
I roll.
Okay, well, you're clearly just jumping to conclusions.
Do you think she's a spy?
It's hard to know what to make of it. A young lady all by herself, lost in the middle of nowhere, sees monsters that no one else can, calls the leader of the Abyss Order her savior.
She's mad you held hands before marriage. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, look, let us choose if we want that. Let's choose if we want it. So that I can get it for my male characters too. It's not fair.
At the very least, we should remain vigilant. Keep a close watch on her.
Sounds sensible. On that note, we probably shouldn't have left her by herself.
If it was Flinzy, wouldn't mind. Exactly. Exactly, that's correct. That's exactly correct, yes. That's why it should be a choice. I don't mind it being in the game, don't want it to be a choice. Anyways, on that note, we probably shouldn't have left her by herself in the cave. That's what I said!
Traveler, we still need some time to muster our forces.
What I
You could
said!
check on her if you're not busy. Just be careful.
Happy to.
It's settled then. Let's go check on her.
I can't believe I did. That was stupid to just leave her there. She's not gonna be there. I bet we're gonna get there and it's like empty. Or she leaves behind a message or a note, or there's, God, maybe the hilly troll's back. Beep, 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 okay, it's around there. Man, why I get lost every time? Okay. They did hide it up here. It's not easy.
Here we are. Dear, we'll still be here, right?
No.
Oh, it's so quiet though. Uh-oh. What if Yansan was right? Maybe she never intended to stay here at all.
Let's stay quiet and move in carefully.
Traveler, watch out!
Oh. He's here. But is that a hilly troll club? Maybe Deardith really is a...
Oh, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I heard a noise and I thought it was the monsters
But
coming.
Paimon... I know, Boo. I know. What do you think? Boo has thoughts. He's meowing.
Did I hurt you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking straight.
If I thought it would hurt, I would have tried to dodge. But somehow it still hurt less than I expected.
That was scary. Paimon thought we'd walked into a trap. Maybe we shouldn't have sneaked in without announcing it. Then you would have known we weren't monsters.
To be honest, I've been really on edge since you left. I just have this constant feeling that any second, the monsters are gonna come back and get me. And it's not like I can run from them.
We shouldn't have left her in there. It's crazy choice. This doesn't make sense. That part doesn't make sense. Wow, suddenly bright. I'm a sin eater now.
There's also no way to cook here.
I think it's the auto white balance.
Another hour and a half and you probably would have found me starved to death.
It should fix itself in a second. We asked you if you had food.
That's weirdly precise. Though, it does explain why your attack on the Traveler was so weak. Wait, if you really thought you were gonna starve or get killed by monsters, why'd you promise that you'd be okay here on your own?
Right?
I just didn't want to lose face in front of my hero. She already saved my life once. That's more than enough. I just don't want to come across as a constant burden.
Guess I'll die? Guess I'll die instead of being embarrassing.
Huh. For someone on the brink of starvation, you're pretty preoccupied with your image. What's the real reason?
Yeah.
What? That is the real reason.
Sounds like
I'm
lies.
bearing my soul here, you know?
Could she really just be an injured civilian? Oh, I don't know.
Anyway, so, could you make me some food now?
You are unbelievable. Sure, I know just the recipe. It takes an hour and a half.
Paimon's getting hungry now, too. Go on, then. You
Boo-boo.
can join us for dinner.
Come here. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Get up here. Let me pick you up.
Whew. I am so full. Thanks for saving me, again. Starvation feels like a distant memory now.
Kitty wants love. Oh, no trouble at all.
Huh. You can really pack it away, Deirdre. Guess that explains how you had the energy to make it this far.
I tried so hard to hold back, but it looks like I still came across like a total glutton.
God. Okay.
Paimon didn't even realize how late it is. Hey,
She can
the night
eat.
sky here is really pretty.
It is really pretty. But is the moon a corpse, actually?
Yeah, and it's all thanks to you both that I'm able to relax and enjoy it.
Hey, did you know the moon is a corpse?
I was cooped up in that cave the whole time you were gone. Now, I'm finally out. The air seems fresher, and the stars more beautiful than ever before.
Hey, did you know the sky is not real?
You weren't in there that long.
He thought she was gonna starve to death.
When I was young, I used to lie on the roof of my house, gazing up at the stars.
And often, my mind would drift to this question. Is this starry sky actually real?
No. It turns out. So. Does she know about the false sky? It's just a random question. I'm sure she doesn't mean anything by it.
But my grandma would tell me the answer to that question doesn't really matter.
Doesn't it? I think it does. Like, are we... Do you think it matters if we are in a zoo? If we've been placed into an aquarium, essentially, or if we're test subjects in some kind of sick experiment, do you think that doesn't matter? That's a crazy thing to say. But okay.
Think of all the people in our village who spend their entire lives here, she'd say.
I get free
To them,
food.
that little village is their whole world.
Yeah. Another test subject. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That village is their whole world.
And so, if it's our destiny to live beneath
Yeah.
the sky all our lives, then whatever may or may not lie beyond, this is our world. And that sky is real to us.
Ignorance is bliss.
Paimon kinda gets you, but also not really.
Oh my god, I don't think I should drink that. I don't think I should drink that. I'll die. That's older than I thought. Anyway.
Is it kind of like how journeying with the traveler is everything to Paimon right now?
It seems right, but not really. I don't like this analogy. I don't like this analogy.
I really treasured my world for a really long time.
Is Paimon comparing her existence to a kind of simulacrum?
The village was my everything. The houses, the scenery, stories I always loved to hear about the Savior.
No.
But I could never bring myself to agree with Grandma. Even if the village was my entire world, I still had to know what lay outside its borders.
Right. Aren't you curious?
Yeah! Go you!
So, I finally ventured out and set off on my journey to find the Savior. I'm going to make my world bigger, one step at a time. And I'm not going to stop until I've seen what's beyond the stars.
But you were also gonna die in a cave from starvation, too.
Maybe then, I'll finally get an answer to the question I had as a child.
Like, you need better survival skills if you want to do what you're suggesting.
Who knows? Maybe one day, I'll be sitting and chatting just like we are now, but with someone from another world.
I want this for you, girl. I do.
Yeah, one day.
But
Oh, if only we could tell her. But it's probably best not to open that can of worms right now.
I need to find the Savior and protect my world. Then, I can make sure it continues to grow. That's the most worthwhile thing I could think of doing, so I've been giving it everything I've got.
You know what? It's pretty cool. Paimon kinda wants to root for you now.
Sorry. I got a little carried away. I always get chatty after a hearty meal. just like my grandma.
So we share a goal, wanting to find him. Chat, the more convinced I am, she's not a bad person. I mean, there's not really any reason to think she's bad. Doesn't sound like she's been brainwashed by the Abyss Order. Maybe we can afford to trust her. Are these the questions to be asking?
Hold on. Shh. It's them. The monsters are back.
Where? Oh, still invisible, huh?
Okay.
Can you see them now?
Don't make this weird for me. Okay. Stay back. I'll handle this. The hand-holding thing. Ain't it? Whoa.
Paimon still can't see anything. But please, be careful.
Okay.
I see everything.
Settle down.
Beep, 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 beep.
The tides beckon.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
Committed to sharing my
What is that thing outside it? Oh, it's a
Bow your head.
it's a tankosaur thingy. Yeah,
Remember, health comes first.
it is.
Illusion shattered.
Settle down.
It is a tankosaur. That's my favorite kind of saurian. Love those guys.
Wow, that was fast. Did you get all of them? Paimon's slowly but surely getting used to the sight of you fighting thin air. You doing all right, Deirdith? Deirdith? Hey, it's okay. There's nothing to be scared of anymore.
Oh, I'm fine. I just spaced out there for a moment.
You spaced out? That's a pretty bold move under the circumstances.
Yeah. Spaced out. Well, I space out all the time.
I was just...
No.
the image of the
No.
traveler fighting to protect me. I was trying to commit it to memory. Seems like the least I can do.
Commit it to memory. Make yourself at home.
All right. Whatever floats your boat.
Thank you, Paimon.
Anyway,
She's
there are
weird,
no more
champ.
monsters in the area, and it's getting late. Why don't you stay here tonight?
Will you stay here tonight? With me? Will you protect me? You're so amazing. And I'm just so happy to be here with you.
Sounds reasonable to Paimon. What do you think, Traveler?
Everyone hold hands. Yeah, really. Yeah, that's appropriate. And her to monitor her for another night.
All right. Deirdith will be... Huh? Deirdith? Why are you going in alone?
Laying it on so thick. It's crazy. As you stare at the hibernation chamber key in your hand. I can't read the fast! Vivid dream fills your mind. Okay. This is the Night Kingdom? Yeah. Of course. Well, well, well. What happened to the Baradak guy? Did you hear that? Ether and the Lord of the Night. What's going on here? What is going on here? What is going on? My head. It hurts. Headache's gone. Okay, it's just a weird dream, but it's like fragmented memories and stuff. I hear a voice in the darkness.
Doomsday. A fitting name indeed.
This voice is really familiar. Whose voice is that?
A blood-red sky. Wild beasts that slaughter all in sight.
Nicole.
Endless pain. A terrible curse that cannot be reversed. And the birth of a savior.
What? Are we actually gonna get information about the origin for the Abyss Prince stuff? The stream I just had. No way, dude. No way. No way. No way. We slept together and held hands in the night. Dude. I'm pregnant. Should have marked the stream 18 plus. You are right. You are right. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not ready for baby.
You're awake. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to,
Wait, you've been awake this whole time? I thought, oh, well, probably like accidentally I touched her hand as I'm sleeping. The girl's just staring at me and holding my hand all the time. I was like, I don't like that. This is too much. This is not it. This is not it. Was she holding my hand? I'm genuinely freaked out right now. I feel unsafe.
you just look quite distressed, like you
I
were
am
having a
distressed.
nightmare.
I am way more distressed now than I was after the nightmare.
I thought if I took your hand into mine,
What?
you might find it soothing. At least, that's what my family always did when I had nightmares.
Anything to do to a stranger. I just met you. That's insane. I thought if I watched you while you slept and held your hand while you were asleep and stared at you, that you might find that soothing. What, do you not? Did it not? Surprisingly, no.
But it didn't seem to work on you.
No.
In fact, I think I made it even worse. I'm so sorry.
Apology not accepted.
Oh, is that right?
Freaking weirdo.
Huh. You better not be trying to pull a fast one on the Traveler.
Paimon, you gotta protect me, girl. I'm scared. Help.
What? Don't be so... I have more self-control than that.
Oh, God.
Self-control? What does that have to do with it?
Self-control. Why is this about consent? No. Oh my god. No. We gotta get out of here. Let's run away. I can't remember anything. What did I see in my dream just now? I can't remember anything now. Okay, that was a really important dream that we need to focus on instead of that stupid bullshit. We saw Ether in the Night Kingdom at the start of the dream. Never mind. If the memory is gone, I can't force myself to remember it. I'm gonna go back to sleep. We can catch up tomorrow morning. Okay. I have a house.
Paimon getting back to sleep after this.
Right, Paimon. Right, exactly.
You go ahead. But for the rest
Thank
of the
you.
night,
Thank you.
Paimon is
Oh my
staying
god,
up to keep an
Paimon, I
eye on
love you.
this young lady.
Oh my god, thank you so much, Paimon. Protect me, help.
Oh, do I really seem that shady to you?
I don't know if this is supposed to seem cute. I think it's supposed to be cute, but it's not cute. It's not. I do not think it is cute at all. It's weird. It's super, super duper creepy. To the point Paimon actually has to watch now to make sure
Well, Deirdre,
it
there
is
should be
weird.
enough food for 3 days.
Stop touching
Make
me.
sure you eat the perishable stuff first, so
Do not
nothing
touch
goes
me.
to waste. You
Okay.
can tell which stuff is perishable, right?
Yeah, I can tell from the ingredients. Thank you so much for making all this for me. 3 days will definitely
literally
be enough
just
time
met
for my
her.
ankle to heal. Then I'll continue on my journey to find the savior.
The teapot would have been perfect for a moment. Yeah.
All right, then we'll be off.
Bye.
Bye for now, Deirdre.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
See you? Wait! But if this is goodbye, how am I supposed to find you again?
I don't know. That's the thing, right? It's gonna be really hard. It will be super hard. But maybe our paths will cross. It could happen. Anyway, I've really got stuff going on that I need.
I mean, what if I find your sibling? How am I supposed to let you know?
Run! I know, run. If you find him, just tell him to call me. He knows my number. I won't give it to you, but he will have it. He knows where to find me. He's just avoiding me. Don't worry. I don't really need to see him anymore.
Ah, that's a good point. We share the same goal, but we're constantly on the road, so we've got no fixed address.
We have no address. That's the other thing. We don't have an address. We're just moving all the time. So you can't know our address.
How about this? When the time comes, you can just write a letter to Moeka. She'll be able to find us for sure.
Smart. Yes, let Moeka handle it. Moeka will totally protect us from this crazy girl.
Who's Moeka?
Hold on. I think I see something over there.
It's the Abyss Order! They're here!
Uh-oh.
But it doesn't look like they're marching to war. More like they're running away?
Running away.
Where? What are you talking about?
A bunch of Abyss Order thugs. You don't see them? They're heading right this way.
Wait a second.
That's strange. I guess it's my turn to not be able to see the monsters.
We're gonna do this again. Let's try the tried and tested method to allow you to see them.
You're right. I see them now. You weren't joking after all.
Okay.
So this is what it's like.
What a weird
She's attuning to our
situation.
frequency
What's
now.
making these monsters invisible? Is it Deirdre? Or the monsters themselves?
We're out of sync.
Or is it us? Well,
Somehow.
Might as well mow these ones down, just so they can't pose a threat to the tribes.
Yeah. That one shot it? Yeah, all done.
Their morale seems super low.
I don't like dealing with the Hydra ones.
So, there's no more of them, right?
It's my number one
I still
enemy.
can't wrap my mind around this. Why couldn't I see them until you took my hand?
I'm baffled too. Anyway, turns out there are also monsters which I can see, but she can't.
So, any ideas on why those monsters might have been running away? Maybe something went down on the front line.
We should probably go check it out.
Oh, Paimon's getting a little worried about Eon-san and the others. Let's head back to the Masters of the Night Wind right away.
Okay.
We gotta go. Bye for now, Deirdre.
Bye.
See ya, and please take care.
Okay, we will take care of ourselves. We will take care of ourselves. Hi, brother. I met your crazy simp. He's been avoiding her pretty successfully.
We ran into quite a big group from the Abyss Order just now. Has something happened at the front?
The front line has collapsed.
What?
Huh? But how?
Did the Abyss Order send in reinforcements?
No, relax. Their front
Oh.
line has collapsed, not ours.
Okay.
Oh, feels like you could have phrased that more clearly at the start.
I know, damn.
This is good news, right? Why'd you still look so serious?
Did we finally launch an attack?
No, we're still mustering troops. Nowhere near ready to go on the offensive. So at first, I was also confused about what exactly happened out there. But just now, I got the full story from a guard who was on the scene.
Okay.
He watched the enemy lines crumble in real time.
What did he see?
One person. Just a single individual. They stormed the enemy lines and attacked with a vengeance, cutting them down like paper dolls.
Who?
They wielded an unknown power and fought with a sword style that no one recognized. The guard who relayed this to me said that before he even had time to react, the enemy was decimated.
Oh.
I'm only recounting what I heard, and I'm sure the guard in
Is
question
it
must be exaggerating
Man?
to some extent. But still, we have to identify this person, and assuming they're a neutral party, we'll need to figure out how to engage with them. Clearly, they're a force to be reckoned with, so
Yeah.
we don't want to come across as too weak or too hostile. It's quite a diplomatic conundrum.
You don't need to sweat it, Eon-san. From your description, we're already pretty confident that we know this person.
Yeah.
Honestly, with the Abyss Order acting out so publicly, it's about time he showed up.
Who else could it be?
Dainsliff!
Words. Words have been said aloud. Wow. Great. There have been words uttered. There was an utterance. This area looks so cool, actually. About time a husbando showed up. I need a palate cleanser after all that bullshit. Y'all put me through too much. Hoyo. Come on. Yeah. It's time to butter me up now after you put me through all that.
It's been a while, Dane. And yeah, after we heard what went down, we figured you'd shown up. You caused quite a stir, you know.
Damn.
This is a friend of ours from Natlan. Her name's Eon-san. She insisted on coming here to thank you in person.
Yes. So good to see you.
It is my honor, Mr. Dainsliff. Thank you for breaking the stalemate in our war against the Abyss Order. Natlan is fortunate to share a common enemy with such a mighty warrior as yourself.
Hell yeah. Oh no, he's not voiced. No. No need to thank me. I hunt the Abyss Order for my own reasons.
Please don't mind him, Eon-san.
He always talks
He
like that.
always talks like that, but he's a pretty nice guy deep down.
It's quite all right. Uezo Janssen respects those of great power. It's quite clear that he meant no offense, and I am still delighted to make his acquaintance. Anyway, since you're old friends, I'll leave you to catch up for now. Take your time.
Jansen is so polite.
Sure thing. You probably have plenty of other stuff to do anyway, right? Since this war isn't exactly over. See you later, Jansen!
Yeah, you probably have a lot to do. Bye. Probably have a lot to do right now, so you should go.
Hey, Dane. Would it have killed you to be a little more polite?
Yes.
She's our friend.
That's why I said Jansen was polite, because he was getting a little rude. Jansen, yes, I'll remember the name, but I will not invest more emotion than is necessary when dealing with the citizens of the Seven. It is a matter of principle for me. We gotta give this guy some slack, okay? He's been through a lot. We should let him off the hook because he's suffering. Since you helped break the stalemate,
Ugh, so stubborn.
he's old and he's
Whatever.
tired.
So anyway,
It's okay.
Dane, do you have any new info about the Abyss Order for us? Any idea what they're trying to achieve with this war, for example?
Never before have I seen the Abyss Order take action on such a large scale. Taken at face value, it seems highly illogical, and in war with the Natlanese, the odds are stacked firmly against them. They surely cannot be unaware of this. Their true goal must be a deeper one.
We thought so too. But it sounds like you're no closer to learning what that goal is than we are.
I've been on the case for some time, even captured and interrogated several Abyss Order members. Yet still, I am none the wiser. I can only assume they've gone to great lengths to keep their real operations a secret. I have a bad feeling about this. The Abyss Order is wasting a lot of its forces attacking that line, so whatever they stand to gain must hold enormous value to them.
What do you think we should do?
Since we lack actionable intelligence for now, we might as well continue to focus on the fighting. Maybe we should tell him about what happened. Leave them to their secret plots. If they're so willing to sacrifice manpower for it, I intend to make that sacrifice greater and more painful than they could ever have anticipated. Well, this isn't the best strategy. If we use this opportunity correctly, I believe we can eliminate the vast majority of the Abyss Order's forces. They'll never be able... But why would they just bleed numbers for no reason? I don't like this one bit. They'll never be able to mount such a large campaign ever again. The outcome is well worth our time. That's right. The ideal scenario would be to destroy them before they can reach their goal. But we don't know what that is.
Paimon gets it. Nothing in the world can satisfy you like making mincemeat out of the Abyss Order, right?
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That
A
was
rare, candid response from Dane.
What about you? Any news to share from your end?
Well, actually, we found her brother's hibernation chamber key near the Collective of Plenty. He must have lost it.
So he's here in person. Unsurprising given the scale of this operation.
Oh, and there's more! After finding the key, we also ran into this weird girl. She kept seeing monsters that we couldn't see, and then, this other time, we saw a load of monsters, but she couldn't.
The other hint that we have is they were meditating, and Lolly said there was noise in the ley lines. Right?
She also said she was on a journey to find the Savior.
All the clues we really have about it.
The Savior matched the Traveler pretty closely, so we figured it's probably her brother.
Hold on. That girl called him the Savior.
Yeah, that's right. Is something the matter, Dane?
Last time I heard that term was before the Cataclysm. And not just that, you referred to your brother then too. Okay, that's the only time that would even make any sense at all. Why can't we figure that out? Because that seems pretty obvious, just based on common sense. That no one around today talking about Doomsday and calling him a savior. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But just let Dane explain it. But who would still believe in the myth of the savior when the cataclysm has already taken place?
Wait, wasn't her brother called the prince, though? Where did this savior thing come from?
Right. That's a good question. Well, when he was first granted the title of prince, the Venser king and the entire court of Khaenri'ah set about loudly proclaiming the might that he would bring to the nation. They made it sound as if, with him there, all pain and suffering would be washed away, and the future of Khaenri'ah would be brighter than anyone could imagine. The savior was a celebratory title given to the prince by those who believed this rhetoric. This music is not appropriate. Okay. Of course, you know how that story ended. In hindsight, the cruel irony is glaring. All that title really stood for was the Venser King's lust for power. Right.
Huh. Sounds like the people of Khaenri'ah really believed in him.
They had to believe in something. He thinks he failed, but that certainly doesn't explain everything. There must be other reasons. As for the girl you met, allow me to offer some speculation. I suspect she descended from pure-blood Khaenri'ahns afflicted with the curse of immortality. They must have resettled somewhere remote, cut off from the rest of the world. That doesn't make any sense. What? That would explain how her people retained their ancient beliefs, including the myth of the golden-haired savior.
Ah, Paimon gets it now. So, a bit like Kaya, except she grew up somewhere more isolated? Still, that doesn't explain the invisible monster situation.
It's not a... I don't think it's a good theory. I mean, because she has Doomsday on the brain. She said, you gotta go and help with Doomsday. She can't provide us with any more valuable intelligence. I suggest we shift our attention back to the Abyss Order. He doesn't... Okay.
Sure. Also, why don't you stay with us at the Masters of the Night Wind for tonight? You must be tired after all that fighting today.
I will consider it, but we must discuss our next steps first thing tomorrow morning. We can't give the Abyss Order any time to regroup. Okay. Yeah, stay with me and we can hold hands. While I sleep. Okay. Wait! We have to just use our imaginations for the night with Dane? Wait till the following day by forwarding time? But it's already... Okay, look, I'm just gonna do this song. I'm gonna sleep for a very long time. They already set it for you. It's a new QOL. Oh! Oh. Well, I did it anyways. It was a very, very long rest. There was a lot of uncensored hand holding in it. Okay. Everybody's rested. No, we can't give them that much time.
Is that Dane and Neon-san discussing strategy together? Huh. Looks like they're getting along just fine.
Great.
around.
Ah, you're here. I have some good news to share with you. We just got word from the Scions of the Canopy. Their intelligence has reported that they've discovered the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan.
Oh, that's great.
After their front lines dissolved, the bulk of their forces fell back to that area. It's also where their central command is located. The location? The Cinder City.
Yo!
Cinder City, huh?
Yeah!
Seems like they're
We
gonna
get to go
place-
back there.
Hey, this is great! This could be our chance to crush the Abyss Order once and for all!
Hell yeah, I love the Cinder City.
And with any luck, maybe we'll find your brother there too!
Yep, our army is almost ready, and we've sent a message to Mawika to let her know the plan. We can't really launch an operation this big without the okay from the ARCHON.
Right. I beg to differ. This is wasting time. Yeah, we have a permit to do what we want. You have the intel you need, so act on it. Every second you delay only increases the Abyss Order's odds of survival.
I've already explained my reasoning, Mr. Dainsleif. I understand your concern, but an immediate strike is not on the cards for us.
Very well. Then I will go there alone.
You're gonna go on your own? Come on, be sensible. Just wait a
We can go with
tiny
them.
bit longer, and you'll have a whole army going with you.
It's all right. I support your decision, Mr. Dainsleif.
Huh? Shouldn't you be talking sense into him?
I admire his courage, and I believe he is strong enough to take on the Abyss Order on his own. And even if things don't go to plan, he just needs to bide his time until we arrive with reinforcements. Mr. Dainsleif, I wish you the very best of luck.
Looks like he's waiting for you to say something, Traveler.
All right, fine.
Oh, for a second there, Hyman actually thought he was gonna brave it alone. And then he called his own bluff.
He knew I would volunteer. Beep, 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 beep. Assault the Abyss Order stronghold. Let's do it.
Is this the place? The Abyss Order's hideout in Natlan?
A good thing we dealt with ARCHON. All these years, the Abyss Order has managed to either stay hidden or fiercely defend their position. This may be the first chance I've ever had to finally make a serious dent in their forces. Which reminds me, once the fighting starts, I can't promise I'll be able to have your back at a moment's notice. But if you run into any Abyss-powered mechanisms, feel free to leave them to me. I'll take care of them when I can.
It's been so long since we fought with Dane side by side. Paimon's confident we can clear this place out long before Eon-san arrives.
Easy. Easy. I'm not afraid of them at all.
If you get to meet your brother again, even better. Let's go!
Yes, it's gonna be easy peasy. In this battle, Dainsleif will show you the might of the Twilight Sword. Summon him to clear out the obstructions. What? The swordsmanship Dainsleif mastered as the Conrian court guard captain allows him to easily espy the weaknesses in opposing elemental wards. His long war against the Abyss has made him highly cognizant of their weaknesses, allowing him to also destroy their void wards. What? Play? Oh, you gotta summon him and he helps out that way. I mean, that's still cool. He's on a cooldown. I was hoping I could just soft him. It's okay. That's fine. I'll take it. Okay.
There is no escape.
So.
The doctor will see.
I guess we just need to be using him on cooldown. Yeah, he needs to destroy that thing over there. Is that working?
I see everything.
There was another one.
Make yourselves a room.
This is a cool soundtrack.
Taking
I
a
don't
turn for
remember
the
this
better.
being here in
Mind the side effects.
this area. I think it's a different track.
Let the mighty be humble.
Oh, we need his help.
Shine down.
This is
very different battle
okay.
from the one we fought with the ARCHON. No one's backing down. They're fighting back with everything they have.
They shit. Where's he? Okay, there we go.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
He said, Daneslave's the kind of guy who can only work for 3 seconds for taking a break for 15. Oh my god.
Perturbed.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Everyone hold hands.
I don't think I need to destroy those things. Doesn't matter. Do-do-do-do-do. You won't get another chance.
Shine down.
Now I see why it was also important for me to do this before this world quest. I mean, do the world quest. You know what I'm trying to say.
Seems like an emergency. A bitter pill to swallow. Bow your head.
Oh, he's still
The
alive?
tides beckon.
Gong gong woo.
There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal. Hey! Share my knowledge. The doctor will see you.
Silence.
Is there any other quests after this before Nod Cry? How soon can we start Nod Cry, realistically?
Remember, health comes first.
Illusion shattered.
Bow your head.
Oh, don't we need... Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves a room. The doctor will see you.
Okay. I did Scar's quest. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. We are all cut up on all relevant stuff. I'm pretty sure. I also did the summer event. Inefa quest? Okay. There's an interlude with Inefa. I haven't done that. I don't think I've done that.
Twilight Sword Dainsleif. Is this really what you want?
Is indeed. I'll take every opportunity to hunt you down to the last man.
So where's the Traveler's brother then? Or is this guy supposed to be in charge here?
So, this is a hunt to you. I must say I pity you, Dainsleif. The death you dole out so readily to others is a luxury you yourself cannot enjoy. But today, that is the least of your worries. Do you realize that all your years of pursuing us are being rendered utterly meaningless, even as we speak?
What? Your riddles tire me. The overwhelming advantage is ours. Wait. He's talking like they are winning. What do they know that I don't? I knew something sussy about this whole operation. I'd like to see what makes you believe you've already won. That's what I just said. That can you still turn the tide of this war?
Then allow me to be frank. As far as we are concerned, our prince has already won by other means.
Oh my god. I think I know what it is. No way. We would explain the noise in the ley lines. If it's the Loom of Fate? Are they fucking around with the ley lines? Okay.
And I do not merely mean this battle.
Because that's...
His Highness has achieved
when
something
we left off with the Care Bear stuff.
greater.
With Dainsleif before. That's the only thing that would make any
For
sense.
today, the Abyss Order's greatest wish has finally been fulfilled.
The Abyss Order's greatest wish. This is what they were trying to do.
Our Highness quietly infiltrated the Night Kingdom to exploit that realm's
Oh,
past
and of course he was in
experience
the
with
Night
ley line
Kingdom. Why didn't I think of this earlier? We saw the dream where he's in the night. They were trying to tell me. I'm slow.
And then
The Loom of Fate, of course.
to reweave the ley lines of Conria.
Loom of Fate. Shut it.
What? He used the Loom of Fate? Wait. Does this mean the attack on the Masters of the Night Wind?
So
was
if they
all a
really
smokescreen
have
to
this...
give him some cover?
Oh my god.
Oh no. This
Makes too much sense.
makes too much sense.
It is too much sense.
Correct. As of now, our homeland has been revived.
Revived?
And all of my comrades that you have slain, Dainsleif.
My
They
brain
shall
is
forget
melting
the
right now.
struggles that have beset them these past 500 years.
What?
Begin their lives
What?
anew in Conria restored to life.
My god, what? Dot, dot, dot. What a load of... You don't believe it? You think he's just bullshitting? Okay. Okay, maybe he's lying. Maybe he's full of shit. Okay, maybe he's lying. Your falsehoods are riddled with flaws. My ears tire of your tedium. Isn't there more to reviving a homeland than just reweaving the... Yeah, there's a lot more steps.
Right. You still need a few steps after that, such as finding a place to post the ley lines you just rewove.
That's what I just said, Paimon. I just said that. That's so funny. We need an emote for this because it's ridiculous that this is still happening after all this time.
Plus, if it was really so easy, Moika and the captain would have had a way easier time during the war.
Right. You need to find a place to host the ley lines you just rewove. Correct. And... Okay. I have one simple question. If Conria has indeed been revived as you claim, where is it?
Oh, you conclusions, even after the truth has been plainly revealed to you. Think back on the past few days. Have you truly not noticed anything amiss since the start of the war?
It's just so crazy. Signs I could have missed. It was the girl. The key to the ship. I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy right now.
I
The
sensed
noise.
something strange in my
Right.
dream.
That was important.
It was vague, but it seemed as if some noise had found its way into Natlan's ley lines.
Oh, what does that mean?
I mean,
Hard to say. I don't think it had any tangible effect on the Night Kingdom or on our ley lines, but still,
wouldn't she have noticed
it's like
something?
a signal that exists on a different dimension of reality. It might not interfere with ours or pose any detectable risk, but I just get the sense that something strange is going on.
I also vaguely remember seeing Ether in the Night Kingdom facing Lord of the Night. But that's not all. There were other signs as well. This is so insane. Okay. I can't see monsters at the same
I
time.
couldn't see the monsters that Deirdre could see, and she couldn't see the ones I could. We could only see the monsters in each other's sight after making physical contact.
Meditation means what?
According to a guard stationed near the Masters of the Nightwind, many members of the Abyss Order were seen idling around during the lull in the conflict.
Why were they
even
doing that?
settling down to meditate.
Why?
The Abyss Order retreated when we attacked their stronghold with Yansan and Sitlali. This isn't their usual style.
Maybe I'm in a different time and space from Deirdre. If she's Conrion, like Dane suspects, then that means this revived Conria exists actually, and despite hailing from a different time and space, Deirdre found a way to communicate with it. Well, we kind of figured that out already, that she's on a wrong frequency or something. Whatever may be going through your mind right now, do not trust it. But then, that doesn't make any sense either. Because she is not having a good time. Deirdre is escaping the doomsday, and it's bad. So, she's not having an amazing Conria revival experience. Whatever might be going through your mind right now, do not trust it. I urge you not to believe his lies. Okay, he's just full of shit. Let's not even worry about what he said. The notion that Conria has been revived is preposterous. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I refuse to entertain it. The is only one thing that should demand our attention in this instant, and that is silencing this man for good. Yeah, let's just kill him. He just lies. He's lying. And he's confusing me. And he's scaring me also. So, let's just vaporize him and forget about it.
Be sanctified.
Yeah. Will you handle this? Well, damn, come out and do it. Just come out and do it then.
That should be all of them, right? So, we've destroyed the Abyss Order's headquarters in Natlan, but somehow, that didn't feel satisfying at all.
No. Because we're confused now.
Are you still thinking about what that guy said? You look really worried.
My God. Do we have to talk to her again? Do we really need to talk to her? She's the only lead. Let's bring Dane with us. Yeah, we'll bring Dane with us. We'll bring Dane. And it'll solve our problems. Said my piece. I doubt Conria could be revived so easily, but if it will give you some peace of mind, you should talk to her and test your theory. Don't stay. I will stay here and do post-battle cleanup. No. I need you to protect me from her. Paimon won't do shit. Perhaps there are some clues left to be found. As, No! What? What just happened? I thought your voice and attitude seemed familiar in my... He can't die. What just happened? I should have made sure you were dead earlier. The curse of immortality has struck you too then. Hayden.
500 years on, and you still refuse to address me as master.
He also has the curse of immortality. He also can't die. Oh my god. What? Where am I? Have I already walked away?
Don't forget Dainsleif.
Oh my god.
You may be the renowned Twilight Sword.
Oh my god.
My arm has grown too feeble to swing a blade. But I taught you everything you know about wielding a blade.
I'm losing my mind right now. Your arrogance and malice cost you all of my respect long ago.
Be that as it may, under the circumstances, I see no further reason for us to fight. The curse of immortality means neither of us has a way to completely destroy the other.
True. Speak for yourself. I intend to kill you 100 times over. Yeah! Wow, what a Chad. You're just gonna keep killing him. I'm just gonna camp his corpse. Well, not corpse, but his body. Wow.
Have you finally had enough?
Just camping your respawn,
you were
dude.
Joking then, huh?
No.
Never, in all my worst nightmares,
Wow.
have I experienced anything close to the pain of 100 deaths. Surely, there's no point taking out all your hatred on me alone.
Well, now we can't be upset that he fought for like 3 seconds at a time when we were coming through here. He was saving his energy for this. That was just for your actions in the Abyss Order. If I took into account what you did in Conria, you'd soon find out how much darker your nightmares can become. Dude, Dainsleif just got 1,000 times hotter in this quest.
All right, I believe you. Still, aren't you
Damn!
at least a little tired now? Why don't we sit down, perhaps? Chat a little.
Egg.
What? Not a fan of reminiscing about old times? Well, I suppose you don't have many fond memories to look back on.
I never thought you'd side with the Abyss Order, Hayden. You could have easily blamed the prince for his betrayal.
Indeed. When the cataclysm first struck, everyone prayed for the Savior to deliver them. But he was nowhere to be found. Yes, we knew that the great abyssal power within him had been divided up.
Oh. Wait. don't mean what I think you mean, right? I hope not. No. No. No.
Yet we still despaired at his choice to leave us.
I'm gonna need to think about that.
Still, I believe that everything he's doing now, including his regret over what happened, comes from a genuine place in his heart. And besides, who else can we place our faith in? We are proud Conrians, are we not? I mean, we can hardly turn to the gods.
I suppose you have changed a lot over the past 500 years. Otherwise, I'd have never expected you to forgive him. Had you been so generous during your time at the Knight Academy as my instructor in Black Serpent blade work, I might not have come to loathe you so much. Hey, it's like Skirk said, her technique is called 7 Shifting Serpent that let her mimic the magic types from that would make sense because she was taught that by Sir Talogi, who was a sinner. So that makes sense. He also knows about a similar style. Okay.
Is that so?
All my good deeds were clearly in the spirit of the Academy's code of chivalry, yet I received corporal punishment for being restless and brash. And as much as it pains me to bring up his name, even my co-student Sir Talogi, was prosecuted for following the spirit of knighthood. He even lost limbs over it. Okay. There's a little point in discussing it now, of course, but all of this was your doing, wasn't it, Hayden? You wore a mask of benevolence as you viciously suppressed the next generation of knights, all to bolster your own position and reputation. What, too cowardly to admit it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dainsleif. I would apologize to you for those actions, truly. But the fact is, I honestly can't remember them anymore.
Wow. I mean, makes sense. It's horrible. God. That's horrible.
Look at me. Look at what has become of me. Only by the Abyss's grace have I managed to maintain this physical form.
That just... irredeemable then? Beyond atonement for things that can't even remember?
But as for the rest, memories, spirit, emotions, personality,
What the hell?
they have long become eroded, fragmented beyond recognition. Even if mine was a past steeped in sin or in shame I once longed to hide, I would wish to remember it.
Damn. There's nothing left of him.
Without my history, fear I will become another person entirely.
The hell? What the hell?
I would like to apologize for any misdeeds that are mine. So please, tell me everything. Tell me about the Khaenri'ah we once called home.
But I feel like Dane isn't gonna want to be very nice about this. No wonder your personality struck me as different. Memories are indeed a crucial part of a person's identity. Yeah, like what are you if not a collection of your memories and experiences? So, the Khaenri'ah we once called home. All the sights, memories, feelings, everything etched into his heart and mind are gradually brought back to the forefront again, alongside a feeling of nostalgia and loss. Simply recalling everything seems to take a long, long time.
You seem to remember much. Could you tell me more about it? About our golden age?
It's really sad. I'm not interested. I have neither the time nor the sympathy. Yeah, he's done.
Is that so? What a pity. But this will be quite sufficient, as long as the loom of fate heard what I could not.
Wait. Does that work like that? What have you done? Tell me. So they have it, right? And they can get the memories back? People? Do you remember? How does this work?
I'm afraid I owe you yet another apology, Dainsleif.
Oh God.
You were right. I lied to you earlier. Your wits are too sharp to be fooled by me. The homeland hasn't yet been revived. In fact, even the ley line weaving is not yet complete. Think of ley lines as the collection of memories concerning a given place. To reweave Khaenri'ah's ley lines as they were 500 years ago, we would somehow need to retrieve almost all the memories of Khaenri'ah from that age.
Right, yes. How would you do that?
The loom of fate cannot weave without an abundant supply of memories.
Right, it's like a storage system. But you need the data.
And so, we relied on everyone in the Abyss Order to provide what they could. Even though fragments are all that remain in most cases, the more we all share, the more that can be restored.
Yet, you can't, like, with this system, you won't be able to recreate it as it was. Like, that's not going to be possible. Because everyone has, like, memory can be different for different people. Different people who experience the same thing might have very different perceptions of the same thing. So, I don't know if we want to get into a whole philosophical discussion right now about the nature of reality and perception, because every person might think of you differently. Like a person's memory of you. Okay, let's look at the stream, for example. Today, if you watch my stream, you'll have a memory of me being a bunny girl on Twitch. But if I go to the store and I buy something and I meet a friend in the store, they'll have a memory of me as being someone they knew from high school or something, right? Very different. Someone else might have a memory of me. Like, everybody has different points of view on you. And if you ask them all to collect them, you'd have many different versions that wouldn't Mesh. And memories erode. That's the other thing. Like, I actually heard once that your memory is actually the last time you remembered something. So your brain, when it accesses a memory, it accesses the most recent time that you had that memory, which means that over time, you could believe that something happened a little differently than it really did because you don't have a picture-perfect memory. You just remember your main impressions of it. We don't need to get into this whole discussion. Okay, let's move on. We will get sidetracked. Okay, so the Loom of Fate is running as we speak. In the so-called meditation your members have been performing, its purpose was to supply the loom with memories, wasn't it?
Indeed.
It's the best they can do, though.
A people in exile, stranded 500 years in the
They're just desperate. Exactly. Exactly.
Leave our homeland
you got it.
Anew and bring the
It's the best they can do.
Dreams back into the real world. Ah, what a glorious undertaking. What a shame it had to take this long. After 500 years, most of our memories have faded, and a world woven from broken memories shall itself be broken.
There we go. So they acknowledge that immediately, which I really appreciate. Way to go, Genshin writers. That's where I'm supposed to come in. You look for assistance from your mortal enemy who's sworn to hunt you down.
Precisely. For you possess a ring left to you by your elder brother, which continuously resets your body's condition. Of course, your memories are susceptible to erosion just like ours. But of all Conrians who remain, you are sure to remember the most. We had to obtain the memories in your mind.
Makes sense.
Whatever the price. Even if it meant sacrificing our entire army as bait.
So all this was to lure out Dane, actually. This was your true goal. To lure me here, guide me into a state of meditation and access my memories. So be it a few of my fading memories for your entire army. That strikes me as a fair trade. Appreciate your generosity. You're gambling everything you have on the Loom of Fate. This could be a costly mistake for you in the long run. Wait, they couldn't have finished the Loom of Fate. He could have been lying about that too. He already said he was lying about how they revived. This is their future plan.
Perhaps. But that is the gamble our Highness has chosen to make. And thanks to you, the Loom of Fate has now finished weaving.
It's hard to believe this. It's so crazy.
New Conria is complete.
Enough about your beloved leader. You said you would pay any price for my memories, did you not? In that case, prepare to be slain another 100 times for your deception. I hope it was worth it. Okay. Well. The Dane Slave Classic. Giving the Abyss Order exactly what they want. He's got a one-track mind, and it's understandable.
It's Judith! Great! She's still
here! She's still here. Okay. How does she fit into this stuff? Exactly. Okay, we're probably about to find out. Oh no! Again? We have to see what she says. Okay. Yo, it's what we seen at the beginning of the game! It's the squares! Is the cubes? What is this? Could this be the Cataclysm? Sure looks like it. Is this where Darren is right now? So she really is.
Not from the same world, are we?
No. I come from your future.
Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna casually... There's fireballs falling from the sky. We should take cover.
Wait, but that's great. That means the world isn't going to end. In that case, tell me, what happens to Conria? What happens to my homeland?
Y'all are cooked.
No, wait. Don't answer that. We can only fight for our future. If the future is unknown, I still believe the Savior can turn things around. I'll carry on looking for him, even if you're not there to protect me. Although,
Good.
In a way,
I won't be.
I've already found my Savior. It's you. You protected me, and I believe you can protect us all. You're the one who can change everything.
I'm the one who can change everything. But be the time traveler? Or am I?
It's just too bad that we're not from the same time or place.
Or is it the place that's traveling instead of the person?
Oh, one last thing before I forget. I know how much you want to find your brother. Surely he must be desperate to find you too.
I wouldn't go that far.
So, is there anything you can give me as a memento? Proof that we met?
Am I?
That way, when I do find him, I can convince him that you're also searching for him.
A memento. Yeah, now we're gonna give her the... But we're in a loop? Wait, what's going on? Oh my god!
What is it?
She's the Hilly Well, I knew that. I mean, that was reasonable to assume that she's the Hilly Troll. Should I keep the key? Or should I give the key? If I give her the key, then it completes the loop. If I keep the key, we break out of this loop. And I want to keep it. I don't want to give it. I have to break this. If I don't give her the key, the hand holding never happened. Yeah, exactly. I'm keeping it. I want a different outcome. But wait. What if I don't give her the key and it sets off a chain reaction into the future wherein I never meet Nuvalet? Then it won't be worth it. That's probably not going to happen. Some things are defined. Keep it. I keep. Whoa. Oh my god.
So that's what happened. Istaroth, the ruler of time, must have had a hand in this.
My god, yeah, I bet! Hey! This is so crazy.
There's no other way that this meeting could have taken place.
Ether. You knew all of this? Oh my god.
I knew only the ending. I've always been curious about the events that led to it.
So from his end, he was also trying to figure out how she had the key from me. So we've been trying to solve the same mystery, but from totally different angles. It's crazy.
When the cataclysm first began 500 years ago, I, as the Prince of Conria, was preparing to do my part, to fight back with all my might.
And?
But then this girl, Diridith, she found me. The irony was that even as she desperately begged me to save the world, she brought me news of you. I was stunned, and I was suspicious of her claim that you were searching for me. But then, she showed me the key to your hibernation chamber.
So, she actually did it. So I gave her the key in the original timeline. She went on to ask for his help, showed him the key, which I had provided. He is suspicious.
We'd been separated ever since I awakened in Teyvat. I searched the whole planet and found no trace of you anywhere. And then she brought me that news at the worst possible moment.
My god. Holy shit. So, a cataclysm is starting. And that's the moment that he finds out that somewhere out there, his sister is alive. But what he doesn't know is that she's alive in the future. And this occurred when she's essentially acting as a time traveler. And they've been separated by Istaroth in some way. So he's overcome with grief, having to encounter, like, now pursue this war with no understanding of where his sister could possibly be and zero chance of finding her.
I was faced with an extremely difficult decision.
Right.
I desperately wanted to see you again. But Conria was in equally desperate need of my help.
Okay, but
I knew that no matter what I chose, I'd regret my decision for the rest of my days. So I steeled myself against the guilt and made my decision. I went to see you.
holy shit. Holy shit.
I found you, you were still in hibernation.
I was still in hibernation when
Even
you
the key
found
to
me.
The chamber was still secure on your person.
Okay. So 3 keys existed simultaneously in that moment. Yes. She had one, the girl had one, Ether had one, and then me in hibernation had one. What do you mean I was still in hibernation, like, on this ship? I assume.
I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing.
Where did you find me in
There was
hibernation?
no
You
time
got
to
back
think.
to the ship?
I just grabbed you and ran. That's where we are right now.
In the
An
square.
intersection in our memories.
Couldn't make sense what I was seeing. There was no time to think. I grabbed you and ran.
This question has haunted me for the past 500 years. I never imagined the answer would come to me like this.
Yeah, at the start of the game. Okay, so he is Prince. He gets to Tivat, and he's Prince of Conria. He's been looking all over the whole planet for me. He can't find me anywhere. The cataclysm is about to occur. He runs into Deirdre, or whatever, and she says she's met me, and she has the key from me. But she's interacted with a version of me from the future to obtain this key. He panics as the war is about to occur. He looks harder, and now he can find me in hibernation. Big question now, why couldn't he find me there before when he was searching? That is a hidden, there's a piece of information that we need. Found me in hibernation. Now we realize there's 3 keys existing simultaneously in this time and space. He grabbed me out of hibernation, brings me to this location, and somehow we are now converging where version of me from the future and version of me from the past meet.
So, my actions 500 years in the future set everything in motion. Are you mocking me, Istaroth?
Okay. Where we are right now is a memory. This is a memory. And not necessarily time travel. We are at an intersection in our memories right now. And he's trying to find information about what happened. So, from this vantage point, he is now talking, he's currently talking to us in present day terms. Saying, the last 500 years, I've been haunted by what I did, which was grabbing you from hibernation. But then, my actions 500 years in the future set everything in motion. So here now he's speaking from the vantage point of the memory. 500 years in the future being where we are now and what he's doing now. Okay. Deirdre succeeded in bringing us together But unfortunately, it is versions of us 500 years apart. We hoped that the Savior would rescue Kanria, save the entire world, but instead, the news she brought led the Savior to make the complete opposite decision. Okay, so he was faced with a choice: save Kanria, save the world, or go find your sister who is in danger and needs your help. He made the choice to go find her instead. And they got cooked because of this. Is this right? Okay. Is that her fate? Is that how her story must end? Has Kanria really been revived? Have you done what you set out to do?
Not yet. But I've taken a very important step. Now
Okay.
the ley lines of Kanria are complete.
And the speculation that he felt guilty over that was correct as well. He was faced with an impossible decision. He made a totally understandable choice. And now he's trying to do damage control for that choice. Okay.
I'd always thought that Tevat's ley lines were locked by the heavenly principles. No more can be added, and existing ones cannot be replaced.
But then you talk to the Lord of Night. That's what I've seen in the dream.
But then, I learned that
Right.
Natlan's Night Kingdom appeared to be an exception to the rule.
Yes. Okay.
It has intrigued me ever since. So,
This is insane.
I directed the Abyss Order to feign an attack on Natlan, buying me some time to enter the Night Kingdom and negotiate with the Lord of the Night.
It was a really, really obvious that it was just a distraction. But I don't know why I didn't put that together, that it was so he could get into the Night Kingdom. I didn't think about that. That's really obvious now.
Unfortunately, for other reasons, even the Night Kingdom cannot host any new ley lines. The most I could get was some room to carry out the weaving process.
But you got that? Question mark? Lord of the Night did say before that even she can only reconstruct Natlan's ley lines. It's probably for the same reason.
Still, I received the Lord of the Night's permission and activated the Loom of Fate.
Holy shit. This is so insane. This is like this is the most real shit, like, concerning the end game of the lore that I have ever seen in this game. This is the most information we've got ever about the end game here. Your story. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm freaking out right now.
Using an Intivat as the base, I was able to grow a realm based on the Conria of 500 years ago.
No way, dude.
Superimposing it over present-day Natlan space-time.
So when Lolly said it's on a different frequency, but it's not a risk, it just introduces some noise, that's what she's talking about? You grew a realm on a different frequency? Oh my god. I mean, if he didn't make the choice he did to save us 500 years ago from hibernation, then we would not have our journey? Like, would we die in hibernation? There are many questions still. We'd probably die. We'd probably die. We'd probably not have, I mean, we wouldn't have our journey and stuff. Okay, but then how does that connect to me waking up in Mondstadt? Did I have my memories wiped? Istaroth is involved somehow. The unknown god at the beginning of the game, is it involved somehow? That's not Istaroth. Oh my god. Brain melty.
That superimposition is what allowed you and Diridith to cross paths.
Superimposition allowed me and her to cross paths. But then... if that's the case, then in the original timeline, how did you discover you needed to get me out of hibernation? The first time. If you needed to talk to Diridith, keep calling her Deirdre, to find out that I'm alive and I need help and I'm in hibernation, then wasn't there an original timeline where I didn't cross paths with her that was prior to you growing Khaenri'ah, because it was prior to Khaenri'ah getting cooked? Oh god. That's what I saw in my dream. He's not lying about that, at least. What I don't understand is, why did the Lord of the Night agree to this? Was the Lord of the Night coerced? But how?
After that, the new Khaenri'ah was enriched with memories of the old, drawn from the Abyss Order's members in their meditation sessions.
We knew that was going on.
With those memories as raw materials, and the superimposed realm as a template, the Loom of Fate finally finished its work.
Okay.
What I now hold in my hand is the Atlas of the New World.
What?
This is the product of the Loom of Fate, holding within it the entire network of new Khaenri'ah's ley lines. With this, the nation once known as Khaenri'ah can rise again.
Oh my god.
One day, I will find a suitable host location for it.
Why is reviving Khaenri'ah so important to you? Because he feels bad? Because he's the prince and then he left? I mean, that's understandable. Is it really just because of guilt? Yes, I think so. Is there something more to it, though? Maybe?
When I first arrived in Khaenri'ah 500 years ago, my memory was completely blank.
Wait. Your memory was blank when you arrived in Khaenri'ah, and my memory was blank when I arrived in Mondstadt. Wait. What if... I'm like, how do we know that we aren't constructs in a way, too? That's okay. I don't need to overcomplicate it. It's already complicated.
It was only after I had served as their prince for many years that I slowly began to remember everything.
But you said
you.
Issaroth is involved in this. So do you think that we're pawns in a bigger game? We've been placed in specific times, maybe even given specific memories when it was convenient, so that we would make the choices that we were supposed to make. Like, who is above us in control of these forces? It reminds me of, I just did the Shadows of the Mountain world quest, and we seen Kukulkan try to engineer the choices that his child would make by putting him in specific situations. I don't know. Your memories were erased?
But recovering old memories didn't simply erase the part of my life I spent in Conria. I still see it as my second home.
Right, of course.
That is why my guilt weighs so heavily on me. But even so, that only constitutes part of my motive. More importantly, if I wish to speak with the heavenly principles as an equal, I will need the might of an entire world behind me.
Okay, so that's why you need to counter their power with the Loom of Fate and the Conria design, so that you can meet them as equals. I mean, good luck.
Huh?
Holy shit.
I know you always want to change fate. We both do. But this time, I won't let you succeed.
Okay. So although we both want to change the fate, I have to give her the key. Because we have to save me and Conria. And the only way to do that is with some timey-wimey bullshit. So we need to keep the loop intact, basically.
I cannot miss the chance to reunite with you 500 years in the past.
Okay.
No matter what.
I got it. Okay, I got it. I don't know why, but the way you're talking just doesn't sound like you at all. Ether, this whole thing, your plan, what does it have to do with us? Wish this was voiced. All along, it's only ever been about us. Goodbye, Lumine. We will begin anew at the end of your journey. So, He had to
Our
intervene
hero is back.
because
Everyone's been waiting for you.
if I didn't give her the key, she would never take it to him. But what I didn't like in this cutscene was how I said, this doesn't sound like you. That's super concerning. Doesn't sound like you. What if... They wouldn't do that. She does... Like, she seemed doubtful that it's actually him with that comment. What about that comment about how the prince had divided up his abyssal energy? What did that mean? Story happened a few times already. After each repetition, memories of all characters were wiped and saved as constellations in the sky. Each time you unlock a constellation, ascend characters, you unlock new as old dialogues, memories. But you didn't give the key in the end. Since you chose to keep the key, Ether had to give his to her. Oh yeah, he kicked his key to her. So now he has none, and you have both in your inventory. Okay.
The Abyss Order made a full retreat before our forces even arrived on the scene. All thanks to your efforts, no doubt. Oh, and Mr. Dainsliff's, of course.
Oh my god. That's a lot to
What's
process.
wrong? You look upset.
How do you even begin to describe what just happened?
Paimon doesn't know the details either. The traveler just disappeared after taking Deirdre's hand. It was like they got sucked into another world. Paimon was looking all over for her, and then she suddenly reappeared, right back in the same spot. But looking a lot more glum.
I need time to take everything in. Yes, I do. Holy shit. I really do. That is a lot to process and a lot of really, really important information. That was insane.
I got the gist of what happened. Something to do with your brother? I spoke with the Lord of the Night in a dream just now, and learned quite a lot.
Huh? You met your brother? And you didn't think to tell Paimon right away? Well, never mind. Paimon can see that you're pretty down right now. But let's go over everything later, alright?
What your brother accomplished? It all but defies comprehension. I was stunned when I heard about it too.
Why did the Lord of Night allow this?
But what surprised me the most was that the Lord of the Night
That's
actually
what I
chose
just
to
said.
allow it. The Lord of the Night did try to explain it to me, but in a word, it's complicated.
Well, try.
During the war with the Abyss, Mawika had an argument with the captain. Mawika believed that we should fight to protect our culture and memories, while the captain believed the preservation of the ley lines should come before all else.
And be honest.
I'm playing all the way to not cry. Not today. I don't have time today, unfortunately. hopefully we'll be able to schedule it, starting it for next week. I won't have time today.
So, the Lord of the Night was very intrigued when presented with the Loom of Fate, and informed of its ability to weave ley lines. She saw your brother's actions as a potential third option, namely to preserve an entire nation in the form of an atlas.
But, like... Okay.
Preserve a nation? You've definitely lost me now.
You're not the only one. Paimon's got no idea what's going on either.
Man. If that doesn't get the Heavenly Principles to, intervene, I don't know what will. That seems pretty major. It's like, let's play a game and see how much we can piss them off. Let's do this everything that they would hate the most.
With that in mind, the Lord of the Night gave the go-ahead once she was satisfied that the Loom of Fate wouldn't have any real effect on Natlan. However, I believe she imposed an additional condition of her own.
An additional condition? Did she ask for something in return?
No idea. She wouldn't tell me what it was.
Okay, that's interesting.
Huh.
What do you...
All right,
Well,
let's not overthink this for now. We just won a war. Time for a well-earned drink to celebrate.
not overthink this. You gotta be kidding me.
I trust the Lord of the Night unreservedly. I'm sure she only involved herself
Not
to take
overthink
a problem
this,
off our
she
hands.
says.
So it's one less thing for us to worry about. Don't you agree, Traveler? Come on, let's head back to the Collective of Plenty. Oh, Verissa should be there too. We'll treat you to
It's
a real
like
feast.
such a classic Genshin moment. It's probably nothing. Yeah, it's probably nothing to really overthink about.
Huh?
Eon-san, leave her be. This might be hard to understand for an extrovert like you, but some people need alone time to recharge every once in a while.
Traveler?
Yeah, Traveler has way too much to process currently. It's time to ponder. Are we gonna meet up with Dane again? Like, we probably should. That seems to be a prio right now. Oh. He's busy killing. Yeah, he's farming loot and experience. No. Man, I feel bad for the Traveler. This sucks. She really, like, has a special kind of loneliness right now where no way, dude. Don't. Now is not the time. She still managed to do it one more time. Final hand holding. It is a place to cook, actually. Press F to cook, guys. That's what they let you do. You have a fantastic video explaining this. Waiting for you in Discord. Okay, let me watch it. Okay. React content suggestions channel. Is it? You said it's in there? I don't see it. Where is it? Where is it? It's in Genshin spoilers. I'm scared to look in there. Okay, you put in spoiler channel. I'm scared. Okay, I found it. Thank you.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other.
True, that's true.
Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Paradox of the key. Let's mute the game.
I admit I was a bit confused by the Space and Time for You quest. Not by the events themselves or the lore they presented, but solely because this quest has some kind of time travel in it. And yes, I know that Genshin has its own god of time and all that, so I shouldn't be confused by timey-wimey shenanigans going on here, but her existence does not necessitate the need for time travel. And to add an extra layer of weirdness to it, Hoyoverse doesn't even like time travel. Like, at all. It doesn't matter if you look at Genshin Impact, Honkai Impact 3rd, or Honkai Star Rail, you will not find examples of true time travel. Experiencing time loops within a dreamscape? Sure. Resetting the simulation of a computer world? Yeah. Attempting to go back in time to change the past only to end up jumping into another timeline entirely? Absolutely. You can have all these time-bendy shenanigans and more, but you will not find true time travel. And that's what makes the Space and Time for You quest feel so out of place to me. Plus, the time travel in this quest comes with a bootstrap paradox, which is horrible, solely because I hate paradoxes. They fill me with the urge to become a physicist so I can dedicate my thesis to destroying their very existence. But I'm no physicist, I'm a theorist. So the best I can do is look at the facts and determine the reason why Hoyoverse has suddenly decided to overcome their allergy to time travel. And that means explaining why this quest actually has no time travel in it.
Okay, so it's strongly implied that it's time travel. Regardless of if it ends up being that or not, that's clear that they want you to think that. That is the thesis they present to you and that they want you to have. It could be a misdirection, though. It could be a deliberate misdirection to hide a different kind of truth that you're not allowed to know all the details of yet. And that could definitely mean a lot of different things. We are dealing with things that could absolutely support that. Of course, we're going to watch the video and see her theory. But there's the potential for Ether to not be real, not be the real brother, based on what Lumine has said. That doesn't really sound like you, doesn't seem like you. Memory manipulation. Memories are being tampered with for both me and Ether. We know that. And we also have third parties involved that have powers that we don't know enough about. That presents another scenario. So we have Istaroth explicitly mentioned the beginning of that interlude, that memory scene. And also, I would say importantly, him explicitly saying we are at the convergence of memory now. Being in a memory situation is not the same as time travel. So yeah, I can see where we might be going with this so far. Let's listen.
But before we start this trip, I do think we have space in the itinerary to make some time to talk about the sponsor of today's video, the Red Magic Astra Gaming Tablet. This tablet is the perfect blend of phone size convenience and the screen size you only get on large tablets. And just to show you what I mean, here's a size
bought an
comparison.
iPad to
We've
play
got a
Genshin.
phone, a regular size tablet, and the Red Magic Astra, and an original Nintendo Switch for scale. And here's the Red Magic Astra and Nintendo Switch on a scale. Look how light the Red Magic Astra is for all of the screen you're getting. The lightweight form factor makes gaming sessions so much more comfortable. And the Red Magic Astra comes with all the amazing features the Red Magic series is known for, like the laptop-grade liquid metal
ultra wide, like the
which
biggest
keeps your
screen
battery happy
possible.
and prevents your hands from getting sweaty. It's
So I
also
feel like
got
I'm
some
in
pretty
it.
impressive speakers that can deliver high-fidelity audio. And the battery can deliver over 5 hours of 60 FPS Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail playtime. Plus, this OLED screen is incredibly sharp, very bright, and extremely colorful. And not to distract from the gaming performance or anything, but I've gotta say, the Astra is a really nice size for artists on the go, because it's just about the size of a regular A5 sketchbook. Now, I don't actually have a stylus that will work on a touchscreen like this one, but I think I'm gonna pick the Astra
does she
because
do
it's
art
really
as well?
And
That's
if
cool.
I've managed to pique your interest, check out my link in the description to learn more about the Red Magic Astra gaming tablet, and maybe you'll pick one up for
Could you
yourself.
play
I
WoW
really
with this?
like this tablet, and
I
think
don't
you will
know.
too. A huge
I have no
thanks to
idea.
Red Magic for sponsoring this video, and now it is time to talk time travel, or lack thereof.
Okay.
To make things easier to follow, I have made a chart. This flowchart essentially breaks down the rough timeline of events, starting with the twins' arrival and ending with the choice at the end of the Space and Time for You quest.
Should we pause
the
it
video
and
if
look
you
at-
want to look at
okay.
the chart more?
Okay, so the twins arrive in Conria. Is this the true beginning of this scenario, though? Is it really the beginning of the scenario? If he had to go get me from somewhere else, he had to get me out of hibernation to take me to the Conria. Where was where was the cube prior to that? Because he does say, I looked everywhere for you. I looked all over the whole world. I couldn't find you until I had your key from the girl. Then I got you from hibernation. She'll explain it, so we don't need to go through all this right now. We can just watch. Okay.
Closely, but for the sake of time, I'm just gonna be following the paths that the keys take throughout this whole mess. Because there should only be 2 keys, one for each twin, and yet we ended up with 3 keys. And that third key is odd, because technically we get it from Deirdre, who gets it from us, who then gives it to us again, and then we give it back to her in this seemingly endless loop. For this reason, the third key has no point of origin and is therefore classified as a bootstrap paradox. It's a key that was never created yet somehow exists. So if we want to understand all this time travel stuff, we have to understand where the third key came from. So when the twins first arrive, we know that there are only 2 keys. Like I said, there's key A for the traveler and key B for the twin. Key B is in Conria with the twin, while key A is in an undisclosed location with the still sleeping traveler. When the cataclysm hits, Deirdre somehow appears with a third key, key C, which then prompts the twin to go find the traveler who still has key A. The twins try to flee this world together, but they get separated by the sustainer of heavenly principles. So the twin gets sent back to the cataclysm along with key B, while Deirdre allegedly holds on to key C for 500 years as a hilichurl. The traveler holds on to key A until they find hilichurl Deirdre with key C in Natlan. At this point, the traveler has both key A and C in their possession until their twin arrives with key B. Now all 3 keys are in the same location. And here's where the real problem starts. At the end of the quest, you can choose whether or not to keep key C or to give it to Deirdre. If you choose to give her key C, she takes it and, in theory, travels back in time to show it to the twin. But if you decide to keep
Okay. I'm just gonna listen.
It will stay in your inventory, meaning the traveler will possess both key A and key C at the end of the quest. However, keeping the key means Deirdre never shows it to the twin, which is an event that must happen, so the twin gives Deirdre a key. But since in this route, the traveler still has keys A and C, the twin must have given Deirdre their own key, so key B. And that means, depending on your choice, the key Deirdre shows the twin 500 years in the past can either be the twin's own key, key B, which sort of loops back on itself, so it sort of is in two places at the same time back during the Cataclysm and also at the end of the quest, but otherwise appears to have just made a single loop through time. But if you choose to give Deirdre the key, then Deirdre gets key C, which she got from you. But you got it from her, but she got it from you, and that's how you end up with the bootstrap paradox, because this key, the third key, key C, has no point of origin. So either we have a key that...
Okay, so key C's point of origin is the newly created, it's like, I think it's an artifact created in the revival process for Conria. It is noise in itself. So it's not a legitimate key that we originally had. It is, it's like a bug. It's like a dupe bug that happened because they're actively trying to revive Conria using the Loom of Fate. And this is a process that is happening in Natlan, superimposed with the current Natlan Night Kingdom ley lines. Because it is superimposed, the key is an example of that superposition created after memories converge. It's like a it's a layering on top of the reality that we have. Does that make sense? Right. I think the key is supposed to show you that this is a type of superposition. That's my
back on itself in time, or we have a key that manifests from nowhere. Given that both choices are possible, we have to assume that both choices are canon, or at least can be canon. And therein lies my problem, because rationalizing a time loop is simple enough. After all, it's not too a key that loops back on itself in time, or we have a key that manifests from nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that the problem that you're encountering is that we're trying to take what's occurred in that memory scenario with Deirdre and the key as evidence of a true timeline of events, which might not necessarily be the case. This is not necessarily a true retelling of things as they happened, but an artifact of the recreation as it is happening, if that makes sense. Right. So I think there is a true timeline scenario in which that couldn't happen. Hold on a second. Oh my god. But I don't think that's what we're dealing with, because so much of the quest was about creating timeline. Okay. So obviously there cannot be more than 2 genuine keys. That's a logical problem that cannot occur. That is what she's pointing out. And it's very sharp to point that out.
Given that both choices are possible, we have to assume that both choices are canon, or at least can be canon. And therein lies my problem, because rationalizing a time loop is simple enough. After all, it's not
it makes sense that then this can't be time travel.
Too dissimilar to what happened with the Sacred Sakura. And
actually,
there are technically like
can't be
3
real
potential ways to resolve a bootstrap paradox, but finding a solution that can resolve both at the same time, aside from going, I don't know, it's magic, don't think about it too hard, there's really no way to resolve this in like a clean, elegant, pseudo-physics way. You know what I mean? And before you argue that there doesn't need to be a good
mean, I felt like I've arrived at a decently good explanation of it.
That
But
explanation as
maybe I think that you have to start with the questioning the premise. Premise being, what is the original timeline that we're measuring truth against? This is something we do not have all the information on. And arguably, we have misinformation on.
to why both these things can be canon, because we have a god of time, and the god of time is just going to do whatever she wants with time, and it doesn't really matter in the end. That is
They
not
wouldn't
how
be,
Hoyo
yeah,
operates.
they wouldn't be that
They
messy.
don't just hand wave
They don't do
away an
that.
explanation with "it's just magic." Bro.
No, they don't.
They are
That's
the
true.
nerdiest of the nerds. If they're going to do magic time travel, they're going to give it a proper explanation.
Correct,
That's just
yeah.
how they work. But this all got me thinking. If it really is impossible to solve the time loop paradox conundrum through the lens of time travel and pseudophysics, perhaps this isn't actually a time loop paradox type deal at all. In fact, maybe there's no time traveling happening at all, just the illusion of time travel.
I agree.
I mean, that would certainly be on brand for Hoyoverse. As I alluded to in the intro, they do this kind of thing a lot. And once I started to think about the problem from that perspective, things started to click into place.
Totally
Time moves
agree.
a little bit differently into that than it does in the Abyss. That much is indisputable, but the actual time difference varies quite a bit. Child spent 3 months in the Abyss while only 3 days passed into that, but historical records indicate that Takamine the Mistsplitter ventured into the Abyss and stayed there for years, only for a similar amount of years to pass into that as well, although we don't really know the exact number. We'll talk a little bit more about what might be going on here later, but given that Conria was located either in or bordering on the Abyss, I think it's safe to assume that time in Conria behaves the same way as time in the Abyss does, which is different from time in Teyvat. I think traveling through 2 different times would be rather tricky, but not impossible. To complicate matters further, the Abyss is said to be made up of isolated spaces. So not only do we have different behaviors in time, we also have different locations in space. And I think that would make traveling through time really difficult, if not impossible, because you wouldn't just be traveling through one dimension, the dimension of time, you'd be traveling through 2 dimensions, the dimensions of space and time. And to make matters even more complicated, we now know that Teyvat is a proper planet that kind of got bubbled within a firmament that cut off all contact with the rest of the universe. And it's this isolation that lets Teyvat have its own laws. These laws are likely issued by the entity that we know of as the Heavenly Principles, because in Chinese, the Heavenly Principles literally refers to the laws of heaven that govern the behavior of both humanity and the physical laws of nature. Time should be defined under one of those laws, seeing as it is a force of nature. And a similar related law would be the law of fate, because fate is a factor of time. See, the existence of the law of fate suggests that time itself is predetermined. The end of everyone's story has already been decided, and the average person is powerless to go against their destinies. In religious circles, fate is a rather contentious topic because in some religions, like Christianity, free will is a fundamental right of a person that is given to humanity by God so that humans may freely choose the path of salvation. That's kind of the whole point. And if fate exists, then free will is nothing but an illusion, and that goes against their religious doctrine, so that's just not gonna work. But the reason why this fate versus free will debate was even a thing was because prior to Christianity's rise, many schools of thought, like ancient Greek Stoicism, believed in a concept that Nietzsche dubbed the eternal recurrence or the eternal return, and this claimed that the universe existed within a loop. Whenever time reached its end, the universe would be destroyed and then reborn exactly as it was in the beginning. This is pretty similar to like watching a movie, reaching the end, and then rewinding the movie so that you can watch it all over again. In this scenario, fate is a thing because time is cyclical. Fate is merely a declaration that the events of one loop are the events of another loop. Now, the oldest non-draconic civilization in Teyvat is based on ancient Greece, and conveniently, Nietzsche's works are referenced all over the place, especially in the desert. And this kind of matters because Nietzsche was the one who really revived the Grecians' concept of the eternal return and gave it its new name. So I personally think that this debate between fate, free will, and the nature of time is quite relevant to Genshin, and to our whole time travel debacle. Now, Conria existed outside of the boundaries of the Heavenly Principles, and therefore did not have to bend to the rules of fate. So Conria and the Abyss must have free will and are thus experiencing linear time. Conversely, since Teyvat has fate, its time must be cyclical. And that means that we're likely working with a space-time structure that looks something like this. This bottom area represents the outside world, which includes the greater universe, the Abyss, and Conria, all of which are experiencing near infinite linear time with no event repeating itself. Sitting on top of this linear time is the bubble of Teyvat. It's circular, cyclical, and stuck in an endless loop. Now, I have to make the assumption that there must be some points in space-time where Teyvat and Conria overlap, and one of those points is right here. The moment Deirdre shows the hibernation chamber key to the twin in Conria. If these 2 points in space-time over—
Okay. So, kind of agree with this, kind of don't. I think Conria, you know, it absolutely was part of Teyvat, and absolutely was part of Teyvat's, you know, normal cycle of repeating, the endless repeating. But at some point, they sought the means to break out of that cycle. Because, let me find this actually, my notes. Hold on a second. I actually had this pulled up because we were talking about it before the stream started. Okay. Conrians became obsessed with rewriting fate because they had found out the fact that they were in a loop. They had discovered the world formula, and this sought the means to create new variables that would allow them to choose a different end to their story this time. And tell the story a different way this time. In so doing, they have attempted to do what is shown here on the diagram, which is remove Conria from the wheel of endless repeating, outside of the purview of the heavenly principles, and on its own time scales, its own shit that is unaccountable to the laws designed by heavenly principles. That is what they're attempting to do, and may have done. Are working on it based on where I'm at in the story right now. That seems what our role is. We, Traveler and Traveler's sibling, it seems like our role in this story is to be the variables who allow us to break out of the cycle of repeating and the samsara and wake up from the dream and allow, break the proverbial eggshell to create liberation for everyone. However, this is probably going to come at extreme cost. That's a separate discussion. But I think that the state shown here on the diagram is the goal for the Loom of Fate. Okay, I'll continue the video.
Time where Teyvat and Conria overlap, and one of those points is right here. The moment Deirdre shows the hibernation chamber key to the twin in Conria. If these 2 points in space-time overlap for a moment, then there's really no time travel happening here at all because Deirdre has never left her current space-time. And as we saw in the Space and Time for You quest with Natlan and New Conria, 2 worlds with overlapping space-times can interact with each other for as long as they continue to overlap.
Okay, so you've come up with a separate type of superposition theory. Your theory is that Conria was always on a different time and space dimension. And I don't agree. I think that the new version that they're creating through the Loom of Fate is the one that is causing the superposition that we see here. However, originally, they were absolutely tied up in the samsara, because if they were already if they were already outside of the circle because of their proximity to the abyss, then Yeah, it wouldn't be always. Yeah, only when they broke into the abyss. So then you're introducing another problem.
This also suggests that during the Cataclysm 500 years ago in Teyvat time, the space-times of Conria and Teyvat overlapped in multiple places, which is how the horrors of the Abyss flooded Teyvat from underground. And I'm pretty confident that this is the case because at this point there should be 2 Travelers, 2 Abyss Twins, and 2 Deirdreths. In Conria, the Abyss Twin is preparing to face Doomsday while the Traveler is still asleep in their hibernation chamber, and the original Deirdreth is somewhere in Conria being chased by Rift Hounds. Meanwhile, the Traveler in Teyvat is awake and looking for their sibling, and the Abyss Twin is making a backup copy of Old Conria while Deirdreth has manifested from that backup and met the Woken Traveler. New Conria's Deirdreth is the one who meets the Traveler and gets the key. So it's New Conria Deirdreth that meets the Abyss Twin during the Cataclysm in Conria because their spacetimes just so happen to overlap. Kaya and
I think it is fair to say, and I like that the phrasing, it's new Deirdreth that we meet. But it could be that that's just her, that's a product of her memory. It doesn't necessarily mean that happened in that exact way.
Arlecchino are a bit like Deirdreth in that they're not really supposed to be in Teyvat. Arlecchino's bloodline was supposed to have died out, and Kaya should have been cursed with the rest of the Eclipse dynasty. But if we assume that either of them were in a place where 2 adjacent spacetimes overlapped, then maybe they just got stuck on the wrong side. The thing is, there's 2 parts to space-time. There is time, which is Istaroth's domain, but there's also space, which is Asmodee's domain. So rather than sit here and tear our hair out over the complexities of time travel, what we should really be doing is looking at the possibility of space-time travel. Heavy emphasis on the space part. Now, which shade showed up during the Space and Time for You quest? That's right, Asmodee did, the god of space herself. Well, her little portals showed up, but that suggests that she was at least watching the events unfold. Now, I do think it's possible that Istaroth is helping out a little bit here. In fact, I think the gods of space and time might be partners in crime. Full disclosure, I've been working on this theory for a full week, and there's at least 5 drafts of this thing at this point. And when I initially wrote down the idea that the Shade of Time and the Shade of Space were actually collaborating together, it seemed like a massive stretch. But I was ready to swing and hit a miss. And I was also about 3/4 of the way through editing this video when Hoyo dropped this lore teaser about the Shades. And now my speculation doesn't feel quite so out there, because we can glean a lot from this teaser. Like the fact that Renova was the one who obliterated Conria, not Asmodee, and that Asmodee is actually missing and has been missing since the start of the game. Istaroth even suggests that Asmodee may have switched sides, and that she may even love her new master more than herself. But the entire time Istaroth is talking about this, she both looks and sounds guilty, as if she's in the same boat as Asmodee. And my suspicions were only exacerbated when she bestowed history upon that old woman and made her recite lines about how each shade defies reason, which is extremely strange because reason is the power of the heavenly principles. So tell us how you really feel, babe. Also, space and time are nearly inseparable because they define each other. You can't have space without time, and you can't really have time without space. So I think it's very possible that these 2, at least, are collaborating at some level, either actively or because they just happen to share a similar desire and their methods of meddling work pretty well with each other. So what does that mean for the bootstrap paradox? Well, it simply can't exist, because a paradox would go against the rules of the world. It would imply that the Shades are going against the heavenly principles, and I think that even if the Shades were dissatisfied with their boss, they probably aren't bold enough to defy them outright. Even Renova looks nervous at the prospect. I mean, the fact that a paradox would violate the rules of Teyvat is the reason why Renova had to concede to the captain in the first place. He was an undying being who was sentenced to die. She could not allow him to trigger a paradox of death. And I'm pretty sure this rule applies to the rest of the Shades as well. I don't have super solid evidence for it, but Nahida's 5th character story does come to a similar conclusion. It states that one cannot eradicate oneself because that creates a paradox. That's why Rukkhadevata could not eliminate herself. She had to pass off the responsibility to another version of herself. That was the cleanest way to avoid a paradox. So no paradox is allowed. Those are the rules, and even Istaroth has to obey them. And
there can't be a paradox.
Key needs to have a point of origin. So either Istaroth intervened directly and crystallized a memory into into a copy of a key and left it there for the traveler to find, which is something I find a little bit unlikely given the circumstances, or Asmodee is bending space to allow one key to exist in two places at once.
I don't think that's
which is a bit more believable, but perhaps still a bit unlikely because I'm also not sure if that's a paradox. But there is a third option here, and it is the option that I prefer. See, I think that one of the keys either isn't real or just doesn't exist. But to understand why I say that, we need to turn the clock back a bit and talk about Sumeru. During the Sumeru ARCHON quest, the entire nation was trapped within Nilou's dream. Every night, time reset, so once morning came, no one remembered the events of the previous day. Except for Nahida, who wasn't trapped inside the dream at all, but instead tapping into the dream from the outside. Now, I think this Samsara model is actually a microcosm of Tevat's cyclical time, but instead of being a single day's worth of time, it could be hundreds of years worth. It's not like anyone would ever know because their memories are being siphoned off and fed into the dream machine. The only reason the traveler became aware of what was going on was because Nahida never lost her memories. So she was able to basically restore the traveler's memory from a backup at the start of every loop. But just knowing you're inside of a dream, Samsara, is not enough to break you out of it. You need to find the host of the dream and wake them up so that the dream can finally end. In this case, the host was Nilou, and just before she ends the dream, she tells the traveler the story of Rukkhadevata's first sage. He eventually overcame that calamity, found the Dendro Archon he had been looking for, and then he woke up. Because everything was just a dream. The first sage never actually went on a real journey, he just dreamed of one. Normally, I would pay something like this no mind, but technically speaking, the traveler is the first sage of Nahida. So what if this was just clever foreshadowing? What if the traveler is currently sleepwalking their way through Tevat? I know that technically the traveler was awakened by their sibling, but after Asmodee separated them, the traveler was thrown into what felt like an endless nightmare and they woke up.
I don't really ascribe to this theory. I don't think it was that. I don't think it's a dream. But I do think it's reasonable to suggest that Istaroth and Asmodee could be working together, and that I think it's also notable that they seem very nervous in the teaser. I watched the teaser before I had any context, and I wish that I'd watched it after doing a lot of other story. But clearly they have to work together to create the little bubble, or, you know, I guess you could call it something like a dream state that Tevat exists in, where there is order and where there is, you know, time working the way it's supposed to. But it's clear that they are involved with, they have somehow become involved with our oh god. Those were Asmodee's portals. I think that was a good thing to point out. And your sibling says, oh, Istaroth is involved. When he said that, he seemed pretty confident with that claim too. So I don't think we have enough information to speculate on how they're involved, and that it's a problem. It's a really a problem for trying to come up with a theory here, because I don't know what they're capable of. I don't know what their motives are. I know very little about them. So I feel like that's territory I don't feel super confident wading into. But someone has put our story in motion, and breaking the cycle of recurrence, and like saving Tevat. Saving Conria from the doom that it was fated for.
Into that. But what if they didn't wake up? What if their real body is back in the hibernation?
It's like the main goal we're trying to accomplish here, though, is saving not just one twin and Conria. It's saving both siblings and Conria all at once. All these things have to happen together. I think it's important for us to focus on the fact that the decision he had to make was, I'll save her or I will save Conria with my involvement. And so someone who shared that motive, meaning someone who cared a lot about both siblings, would be someone who would want to intervene in Conria and their fate, if that was what it came down to.
Chamber, and Asmodee had just split the traveler's mind from their body in order to smuggle them into Teyvat. Honestly, that would explain why Irminsul can't tamper with their memories. Nahida was tapping into the dream cycle from the outside, so the Akasha couldn't reset her memories. And if the traveler is sleepwalking, then they're also tapping into the dream of Teyvat from the outside, and that's why Irminsul can't tamper with their memories. And if this really was the case, then the traveler probably wouldn't even be aware of it. After all, the difference between them and Nahida is that Nahida was doing it on purpose. So without being aware that they're sleepwalking through a dream, they probably believe that they possess a real copy of their own key on their person, when in reality, that key is an illusion, the key that we never saw, while the key the traveler found in the cave was their real key that Asmodee placed there for them to find.
I don't agree with that.
In this scenario, there are only 2 real keys, so Asmodee only needs to move the traveler's key through space. So she takes it from the sleeping body and then puts it into Teyvat, where the sleepwalking traveler
I don't agree with this theory.
And from there, the perceived paradox resolves itself, because if you keep the key, the twin gives their key to Deirdrith, which then eventually moves to New Conria. And if you give Deirdrith the key, it also ends up in New Conria. Now the only difference between the 2 choices has absolutely nothing to do with time loops or paradoxes. It just boils down to whether or not the key stays in your inventory. A sleepwalking traveler could honestly explain a lot of things in this game, like how Renova apparently can't see them when they're in Teyvat. Perhaps the very nature of their current existence makes it difficult for gods at a higher level to see them, the same way only the traveler could see Nahida in the Samsara. And it could also explain why the Abyss Twin won't tell the traveler anything of importance. Because according to Nahida, telling someone who's lost their memory things that they've forgotten before they're ready to hear it could literally blow their mind. Like, I'm not even kidding, it would cause...
I always thought that that is what forbidden knowledge is like what it's like. It must be like what Nahida is describing. It's what happens when you're given the information that you are unable to handle. Like, you can't. You can't process. It will blow your mind. You'll go insane. I do like the Nahida analogy, but I don't agree with the sleepwalking theory at all. But I think Nahida is probably a good analogy for maybe the perspective of the shades looking in on our experience.
Serious brain damage. So that means the traveler has to finish the journey and figure things out for themselves. Now, the Sumeru Samsara was powered by the Akasha, which mimics Irminsul, so it's reasonable to assume that Irminsul is also like the dream machine for Teyvat. But outside the shared dream lies a near-endless chaotic space. Countless bubbles of empty dreams belonging to the dreamers that are trapped inside the Great Dream bounce around freely. Each dream is essentially its own domain, where things like time and space are dictated by the dreamer. I was thinking about this concept with regards to Asmodee.
It's like the bubble of
the lore
Teyvat.
teaser confirms that each one of those cubes of hers is actually a chunk of space. Or maybe it's a chunk of space-time, since the two are rather inseparable. Over time and under certain circumstances, those space-time cubes grow unstable, just like the empty dream bubbles in the Samsara. The repeating pattern here makes me think that the Abyss might work in a similar way, in that the true Abyss is nothing but an endless void space, but there are unstable pockets or bubbles of space that are floating around within in this void space. These unstable bubbles could possibly be claimed by talented individuals like Skirk, who can shape them however they like. Conversely, bubbles may simply mirror the aspects, wills, or desires of whoever enters them, and that would be very on brand for the Abyss given how much it loves mimicry. And maybe all this bubble stuff explains what domains are. In fact, I made a video about this back in version 1.5, and it has aged remarkably well. But I do wonder if the proliferation of Asmodee's cubes around Conria weren't an attempt at destruction, but preservation. Like, what if Asmodee was attempting to preserve what she could of Conria in isolated little blocks of space-time during the Cataclysm? That kind of fits with the dream bubble theory in reverse, and it also tracks with an old theory of mine, that she had the souls of the Conrians in those cubes. The idea still works, the scale is just bigger. But the point I'm trying to make is that Teyvat might just...
Hold up. Hold up. What if? No. Okay, no, that would make sense. So, first of all, let me say, the idea that worlds are like little bubbles in space tracks in the same way that people are like little bubbles in the ley lines in Ehrman's soul. Each person a little pocket of their own experiences. It's a microcosm for how worlds exist in the Abyss. And they require order. They have to be ordered to not just become a sea of consciousness. There were a lot of cubes that we'd seen in this like memory scenario. I think that's interesting. At first I was like, what if more people have these kinds of keys to hibernation chambers? But that's going to open a whole different can of worms that I'm not really ready to deal with right now. Let me back up a little bit.
The idea still old theory of Cataclysm. That kind she could of Conria in isolated little blocks of space-time during the Cataclysm. That kind of fits with the dream bubble theory in reverse, and it also tracks with an old theory of mine, that she had the souls of the Conrians in those cubes. The idea still works, the scale is just bigger. But the point I'm trying to make is that Teyvat might just be one of Asmodee's cubes.
I like that theory a lot, and it's going to be bothering me very much now that I've heard it. Because that was one of my initial reactions, was like, okay, what if all of the Conrians have had their, consciousness bubbles preserved in some way? Like this is kind of a common trope around Doomsday and saving people. It's like the Ark, essentially. Someone who builds an Ark of kinds, who tries to rescue all of the people from obliteration, whatever that means. If we were trying to rebuild Conria now, in the new version of the reconstructed ley lines, that could be something that we're seeing.
On a massive scale, in the same way that Neely's big dream was full of other people's small dreams.
Yeah.
And as I already mentioned, it's very possible that Irminsul is their dream machine, and that this gold stuff that drips down into it are the memories of the heavenly principles. There might even be a bit of a feedback loop going on here, like there was with the Akasha. We already know that Irminsul collects the memories of everything in Teyvat, but perhaps at the end of a cycle, all of the memories that are within Irminsul are fed back into the heavenly principles, who serves as a host of the dream. Maybe they sift through and arrange those memories however they please. Maybe they do this over multiple cycles and iterate on the events that take place. But let's not confuse these subspaces like the dream bubbles with real space.
I don't know about
These
that.
dream bubbles and abyss domains appear to be rather flexible in the way that they behave, like they don't really obey the laws of physics well. And that suggests to me that they exist on an entirely different layer of reality altogether, like some esoteric cognitive realm type thing. But in real space, Teyvat is a normal planet that's been cut off from the rest of the universe by the heavenly principles. The fact the interior behaves like a dream world is neither here nor there. But that said, there must be a reason for this isolationist move, and the only logical conjecture I can think of is that Teyvat was at risk of being destroyed at one point. So bubbling Teyvat and trapping it in a sort of dream loop seems pretty plausible.
We just found out that we found out a little bit about the time before this. In those days, while in search of light in the pitch dark outer realms, we set up a stairway. No, it might be more correct to call it a cable to reach beyond our skies. And this seems to be possibly what Fanes had to intervene to stop. Because it seemed like everything was fine. Everything was going great. We're getting ready to, I guess, use the star rail. Leave. This could not be allowed.
And if that threat was Abyss-related, which it likely was given the timing of recent lore drops, then perhaps the Heavenly Principles was trying to expunge all Abyss-related energy out of Teyvat, thereby reducing the threat risk. But after the Cataclysm, they fell silent. So if they were trying to do dream maintenance at one point, they're still in there doing dream maintenance. Meanwhile, the Shades are just standing by awaiting orders. Well, except for Asmodee. Now, I admit, I wasn't quite sure what Asmodee's motivations could have been for defying the Heavenly Principles. But then I realize that the four shades of the Heavenly Principles are basically the equivalent of God's archangels, and angels were created without the capacity for free will. You know how we talked about free will versus fate earlier? Well, fate is kind of like signing a contract. You have no choice but to obey its terms, and in Genshin, sharing a name means you share a fate. This ties names directly to fate, which is convenient because demons can be controlled using their true name. And the relationship between the shades and the Heavenly Principles does reek of contractual obligation. So perhaps it's not that they don't want to defy them, or that they have no reason to, but more so that they can't defy them. And maybe that's why Istaroth's fragment, Venti, cherishes the ideal of freedom so much. Perhaps Istaroth wishes for her own freedom as well. As for Asmodee,
I think that makes sense. And it's in line with other things that we've learned, seen, of ways that we are working between the lines of fate that have been ordained. Like we've seen with Fontaine and that prophecy, where sometimes things can follow general beats, but in fact turn out rather differently. There is like a good bit of wiggle room between the hard set rules. And by that I mean loopholes. And it could be that we are like, the twins are a variable that is supposed to work within the loophole of the rules that have been set. We have some kind of quality that allows us to intervene in ways that we wouldn't, people would not ordinarily be able to, and that includes the shades.
I think she had a chance encounter that gave her a taste of free will, and that's why she went missing. Okay, so the power of the Heavenly Principles is the power of reason, logos, and language, because biblically speaking, language is the power of creation. Conveniently, both twins seem to possess the power of reason in spades. Now, the Nartzinkreuz quest revealed that the power of reason could be represented by anything, but ideally it comes in the form of a sword, the Sword of Reason. Also conveniently, both twins started the game wielding unique golden swords. You might have noticed, though, the Abyss twin still has their sword, but the Traveler doesn't. So have you ever wondered where it went? Yeah, Asmodee Asmodee has it. She has the Traveler's power of reason. I'm not even joking, too. Watch this opening cutscene very closely. Notice how the sword is there in 1 second and gone the next? That's because she took it. Now, you also might have noticed that all the gods in the game bear
Oh, dang, that's crazy.
the names of demons from the Lesser Key of Solomon, and Solomon was only able to command those demons thanks to his special ring and knowledge of the demons' names. If we associate the heavenly principles with Solomon due to their absolute control over demon gods, then the ring, in this case, is the power of reason, which means the ring doesn't have to be a ring, it can be a sword. So Asmodee has the Traveler's power of reason, or at least a manifestation of it. Due to their similar perceived nature, I like to think of the twins and the heavenly principles as being a similar type of being. So if the heavenly principles is Solomon, then the twins are also Solomons.
I would say sort of reason. You could say sort of truth instead. And truth being taken away from you would be equivalent to your memories being taken away from you, which is definitely what happened to both twins. So, that is the real weapon they have. But
So what we have here is Asmodee taking Solomon's Ring of Reason, or Sword of Reason in this case, which is actually a story that happens in the Quran. Asmodeus gets their hands on Solomon's ring, but they later toss the ring into the sea where Solomon fishes it up and then pulls it out of the fish he caught. Now, I think the traveler fished something up from the sea. What was it again? Oh right, it was Paimon. We need to make a very important assumption before we continue. Venti is a fragment of the Thousand Winds, and the Thousand Winds is another name for Istroth. Ergo, Venti is a fragment of Istroth. They're not the same demon, but they're related, which is why they have different demon names. In the same vein, I would like to pitch the idea that Paimon is a fragment of Asmodee, a fragment that also contains the Traveler's reason. She's also the fish that Solomon caught. Now, as the Traveler journeys around Teyvat, they're recovering their powers, right? Well, the Traveler studies every new power with Paimon's help. It's very similar to how Solomon recovered his ring from the fish he caught. But wait, there's more! There's an Islamic tale called The Nights, where Asmodeus teaches a young prince about the 7 layers of hell. Paimon guides the Traveler through the 7 nations of Teyvat, and the Traveler has been called a prince or princess either by the Abyss Order or Lilupar. Is that a coincidence? And you know how Istroth suggested Asmodee loves her new master more than she loves herself? Well, Paimon is the demon most loyal to Lucifer, and the twins are representatives of the stars of daybreak, which is technically just Venus, and also the star most closely associated with Lucifer. Ergo, Paimon is the demon most loyal to the twins. My point is that I think the Traveler is Asmodee's new master, and they just don't know it yet. But that's also probably why Asmodee was spying on them in the Space and Time for You quest. Also, I lied. That wasn't my point. My real point is that because the Traveler is Asmodee's new master, that she loves very, very much, she wants to help the Traveler accomplish their goals. And what might those goals be, you ask? Why, changing the fate of the world, of course. I really hope I haven't lost you yet, because we're about to come full circle. The Subceros.
I like the theory. Don't know if I agree. I don't know if I agree. I think Asmodee's master that she loves could be someone else. I'm not necessarily convinced on the Asmodee Paimon theory, but I think, you know, there's some it's probably the best Paimon theory I've heard. I don't know. A lot of this stuff I need more time to think about, I think. It's a lot to process all at once.
Samsara Dreamscape required a dreamer to host a collective dream. That dreamer was Nilou. Nilou is a performer, and she performs primarily on a stage. So for that reason, and a few others that we're going to get to in a minute, I want to look at Teyvat as if it were a theatrical performance in a dreamscape. So keep this in mind as I continue talking. So in Greek mythology, the land of dreams borders the Asphodel Meadows, which just so happens to be one of the realms of the dead. I would like to propose that in Genshin, the Asphodel Meadows are represented surrounded by the Sea of Flowers at the end. The only real difference between them is that instead of asphodels, we have intivats. Intivats are the national flower of Conria, so the Sea of Flowers at the end should be in or near Conria, and that makes Conria a realm of the dead and also bordering the land of dreams, which is Tevat. That also checks out with what we know from Per and Harry, because if you remember, in order to get into Conria, you had to declare that you were dead. But here's the catch. The Traveler has been searching for these Intivat flowers for a long time prior to reaching Tevat, claiming they were from their homeland. Now, it is impossible to say for sure if Intivats could really be found on their original planet, but it's definitely possible that the Traveler was simply dreaming of a new home that had Intivats on it. Like a prophetic vision or something. Because see, I kind of get the feeling that Conria is something like a home for the twins. It's already a second home for the Abyss twins, so it's really only a matter of time for the Traveler. And if that is the case, then surely the Traveler would want to save Conria from a terrible fate, right? And if that's the case, then I assume that Asmodee wants to make that wish come true. But it's not easy to bring back that which has been lost. And Conria's long since been destroyed. And even if it could be brought back, the Heavenly Principles would probably attempt to strike it down again. So it seems we're faced with a bit of an unsolvable problem. And how do we solve an unsolvable problem? Well, sometimes when a writer is faced with an unsolvable problem in their work, they can invoke the power of Deus Ex Machina in order to resolve it. The name
I'm not convinced that the Intivats, or that place where they grow, or this place they associate with home, is a place in the future. I think they do have an origin that we don't know about that precedes their adventures in Tevat. It might not necessarily be a planet, though. Could be a different, like, plane of reality where, God. It's like, I'm thinking, how much of the Abyss is real now? Sky isn't real. What about the other sky? Is there something like a heaven? Is really what I'm thinking. Is there a plane of creation from which you could take a dream and make it reality? Like Plato talked about the realm of ideas. That's kind of what I've imagined their origin to be. But I don't know if that's something I would be willing to defend right now.
Literally means God from the machine, and it refers to a plot device that swoops in to flawlessly solve any unsolvable problem. Readers like to call this trick a cop-out, and that's probably because it is one. Now, the term originated in ancient Grecian theater, where it described actors playing gods that were supposed to swoop in and resolve the broken plot lines of the play. These gods either descended from above via a crane or ascended from below via a riser, hence gods from a machine. And in the case of the twins, we have one who is considered a descender, the Traveler, and then the twin who isn't a descender because they ascended from below to Vat, because that's where Conria is. This is literally a double Deus Ex Machina situation. But okay. We're thinking of Tevat as a theatrical production, right? That means Tevat proper is metaphorically the stage. And since Conria is below Tevat, Conria should be beneath the stage. You know, like in the trap room. Not only does this mimic the Deus Ex Machina structure, but it perfectly references another theatrical production, The Ring Cycle, an opera that pulls from Germanic myths. It's the same one that Nibelung gets his name from. So not only is this source of inspiration a theatrical production, but its world building lines up really well with what's going on here. Let me show you what I mean. So Tevat is considered a tree-like world due to Irminsul's influence, and Irminsul is a reference to the Nordic world tree. At the top of this tree should be a bird called Vedrfolnir, and while he might not be a bird for real, the sinner Vedrfolnir waits at the end of time. So I feel like the top of the tree is a perfect location for him, because the top of the tree should be where reality ends, and that would also be where time ends. And then we have the Norse myth of the serpentine dragon Nidhogger, who's coiled around the tree's roots deep underground. While we have no mention of a real dragon in Conria, many soldiers have mastered the 7 shifting serpent technique, which allows them to mimic elemental energy using only abyssal power. So that kind of places serpents below the stage, so below the tree. So we've got a prophetic bird at the top of the tree and some serpents at the bottom of the tree. And between them, there should be a messenger squirrel named Ratatosker who runs up and down the length of the tree. That's why his name literally means traveler. During the inversion of Genesis, Nicole says something rather odd when talking about the impossibilities of changing fate. She says,
"When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate."
So a small animal running into a tree trunk, huh? A small animal like a squirrel, like Ratatosker, the traveler, the one who keeps getting accused of always wanting to change fate. And she says this animal runs into the tree trunk, but perhaps she doesn't mean this super literally. But seeing how Teyvat is a tree-like world because of Irminsul, then is it not possible that the traveler actually landed somewhere in Conria initially, but was placed into Teyvat by the sustainer of heavenly principles? The way I mentioned earlier, where she kind of split the mind from the body and put the mind in the tree and left the body in the hibernation chamber. Just the fact that Asmodee would put the traveler into Teyvat feels very suspicious to me.
I think that Conria and, the Abyss Twin and what they're trying to do is, create the trap room beneath the theater, like you described. But I don't think that it was always so. I don't think that was always the case. People in Teyvat die. They don't go to heaven. All right. They go to the ley lines. Oh, right. When I said I was wondering if there's a heaven, I don't necessarily mean heaven in the sense of an afterlife. I really meant it's more in the sense of Plato's realm of ideas, which is a place where ideas are sourced from, and it's like an ideal space that creation can come out of. So we know that the idea of imagination is really tied to creation from what we've seen from what the mages had to say. But I need to listen to the rest of the video.
And I'm starting to think that she grew fond of the twins over time, and also fond of Conria, by association. As for why Conrians moved below the stage, well, Dainsleif says some say a few are chosen and the rest are dregs. And it's pretty obvious in this case that the vision holders are the chosen while the dregs are Conrians. And now that we know that Conrians are likely people who are similar to Skirk's people, i.e. they are Abyss compatible, it makes sense that they'd be targeted and removed from the system since Teyvat has been facing Abyss-related threats for thousands of years, and the Heavenly Principles seems to be trying to mitigate that risk. So I'm picturing Teyvat as a sort of cosmic centrifuge, with all of the abyssal matter being flung out the sides as a form of purification. The timing of all of this checks out too, because the first abyssal invasion was during the Great War of Vengeance, and it happened around the same time Conria should have been founded. Which means that Conrians are basically being cast out of the Great Samsara theater dream. So instead of experiencing the cyclical time of the performance, Conrians live in exile. And maybe that's why they resent the gods so much that they wanted to wage war against them. But now it seems that most Conrians just want their home back. And at least one of the twins wants Conria back too. And that means finding a way to give Conria its own act in the play. As of right now, the script for Conria has been written on the Loom of Fate, a small dream space hosted by Caribert. But because a new location has yet to be found, Conria still lacks a proper act number in the Travail trailer. And maybe that requires overturning or replacing the Heavenly Principles so that the Conrians can finally rewrite the fate of the world and stop being a dream yet to be dreamed. But no matter what, a location will be found. Conria will receive their act number in the play, and when they do, it'll be both the first and the last act. Because where a journey ends is also where the journey begins. And if you start your journey by leaving home, you'll end your journey by going back home. In the case of the twins, their journey began in Conria, so that's where the journey will end, with both of them standing in a sea of Intivats, which is really the perfect ending, because I can't think of a better way to end a successful theatrical production than covering a stage with flowers. You know, this theater thing is probably the reason why the Fatui are based on the Commedia dell'arte. They were founded by Conrians, so it feels like they're kind of mocking the theatrical nature of Teyvat by embodying iconic theatrical archetypes and, you know, doing crime. Feels appropriate. Also, there was nowhere to really fit this, but I think that Istaroth might be the reason why Paimon has a spotty memory of her own past. Paimon's crown looks quite a bit like Istaroth's halo, so maybe that's what it is, a marker that Paimon's time or history has been sealed away. If that's the case, then this little spiky bit on the front is actually the hand of a clock, and I think that's a pretty cute idea. Anywho, after I don't know, 6, 7 drafts of this script, one of which was done in a single night thanks to Hoyo dropping this stupid lore bomb of a video, I think I'm finally done. This theory isn't perfect, but perfect is the enemy of the good, so here we are. I think the ideas got across, so I think we're good. Well, if you're still here, thank you so much for watching all the way to the end, and channel members, you are extra awesome.
Well, it was a fantastic video, obviously. It's a lot to think about. I think that currently, my theory for what I've seen in Space and Time for You is a lot simpler, though. I think that we've seen some resonance with a new space-time that is currently under construction. One that will be, you know, separate from the stage play that the Heavenly Principles have set up for the rest of Teyvat, which makes complete sense. You know, I don't necessarily think the Conrians needed a much of a motive beyond wanting to be in control of their own destiny, even before they I think once they discovered that there has been a world formula, that there has been a fate set out for everyone, and all of these laws have been enforced and put into place by Heavenly Principles. They didn't want to be bound to that. They want to control over their own future, and they're going to get it by God. And so it does. There was one thing that was really floating around in my head when I was listening. Let me see if I can find my notes about this. So I think that somehow the Traveler's involvement with the fate of Conria, it's okay. I'm thinking back to the quest I did with Caterpillar, where Caterpillar tells a bedtime story to the little girl. Lenoir is her name. He tells a story about a walled garden that reminded me very much of Teyvat. It is about a giant who walled off the garden and told the girl who lives in it that she's safe only in the walls and she cannot leave. And I thought that this is a good metaphor for Celestia, or, you know, Heavenly Principles, the authority figure that has set up this walled garden to cage people for their own good. You know, for their own good. Huge, 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 huge quotes. But of course the girl has this curiosity, has an innocence about her. I thought that in the story she represents the nations who might want to break free from that cage. She doesn't understand in her naivety about what's beyond why it's forbidden to share the pretty flowers from the garden. And I think in this case, I really had the Intivat flowers on my mind when I was listening to this story. She sees these are beautiful flowers. I want to share them. I want to help others. She has the compassion. She has a sense of compassion where she wants to use these flowers and take them out of the garden to help other people. But this is against the law. And so I think that this impulse to break free of the confines of the rules that have been set, that is obviously an allegory for what's happening here with Conria. It's a bit of a Garden of Eden type story. You know, you have this really unfair rule, and you want to break it. In the story, there's a witch who arrives. You know, she offers the bargain. She says, "Give me the flowers, and I'll set you free." So she's this like the liberating force, and that's like, to me, the witch and that part reminded me of the forbidden knowledge. You know, the Conria's alchemy. Yeah, freedom always comes at a cost. It always comes at a price. And in the bedtime story, the little girl takes the flowers. She breaks the rules. She helps the witch, but she loses her home and she's exiled. She's never able to return. Very, very similar to the story of Conria, right? Lines up. The nations, entities who rebel against authority, do these forbidden things. They are cast out. They're erased. But what's interesting, and this is the part where I thought this is really an allegory for the entire story. The little girl, having been told this story, which is the same way the story has always been told. One day, the little girl who's listening to the story, listening to Caterpillar tell this story, decides to rewrite it. She decides to rewrite the ending. And I thought that her decision to rewrite the ending, this is a metaphor for what we're doing now as the travelers. In her version, you know, she's able to get everybody the happy ending, which asks the giant for flowers. Giant provides them in exchange for the witch, like helping him find something that he lost. So, what was interesting when the girl retold the story, the girl who's, you know, the little girl, Lenoir, who was actually listening, when she retold the story, I thought it was very interesting that she did not include the character of the girl in the story that she told. The character of the girl was missing in the version of the bedtime story that she told, because I felt like in this version, she is the person telling it and rewriting it. And so it's like, you have this version of the story, I think represented the cycle, the version that Caterpillar told. Brutal punishment, exile, over and over, forever. But then, out of compassion, and an observer watching this or listening to this, seeing this, witnessing this, you have this impulse for, let's break this cycle. Let's retell this story. Let's rewrite this story. It's almost like one version is a turn of the wheel of samsara. And then you have a dream of liberation. So, actually, in Buddhist thought, and I think I have some notes about this that I wrote down when I was going through some of this. Do I? I do. Okay, so in Buddhist thought, we have this idea of samsara, and we have the wish for beings to be free of suffering has its own word. And it's a key, it's very, very important to transcending the cycle of samsara. It's called karuna, and it is the act of rebellion that I think in the context of that story, taking the flower away, taking the flower is against the rules. You're using it to help someone else. It's the wish for other people to be free of suffering. And that is the only way to escape the cycle of samsara, is through that impulse. And actually, another interesting thing here is that that story was told in the context of Narcissus and Cruz. I don't know if this is actually related, but it might be. In the Greek myth, the Narcissus flower was this impossibly beautiful and perfect flower that was made by Gaia to lure Persephone into plucking it. And then when she did, the ground split open and it cast her into the abyss to live in the underworld with Hades. Now that sounds very familiar to the story I just told you about that Caterpillar told. By plucking it, she was cast out of the garden. So it's like this flower as a symbol of death, but it also represented spring that reemerges every year. It's this cyclical cycle. Oh God, it's late. The cyclical nature of death and rebirth. Through that, that's part of the samsara. So Persephone's Narcissus, the flower and caterpillar story, to me, I'm thinking about the Intivats very much as like this key that leads to liberation from the garden. And I think the child in this story was meant to represent the traveler, someone who first participates as a witness, but then participates as someone who rewrites the story. Actually, in that quest line, the Intivat is mentioned and talked about. I think that was the first time that I can really recall the Intivat being mentioned as a flower that was taken from very far away and would be very hard to get again. So, basically, your destiny as a traveler is to be the person who's going to be helping to rewrite fate out of a sense of compassion for what you're witnessing and taking your power from the place that you were. Now you've become this unforeseen variable. And that is what we are going to have to collaborate with our brother on. And I think that is happening. Though I think that I agree with the video. There's no time travel going on. I think it's just an illusion of time travel. It's a deliberate misdirection. And I think it's very clever that they're doing that. Anything else? I think that's pretty much all I have to say about this. I think that's pretty much all I have to say. But very much loved the video. Let me actually give you a link to it. So that there you go. There's a link to the video that we watched. And I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the story a lot today too, but it's giving me so much to think about that I think my brain is going to actually explode. Because doing all that and then immediately watching the video is like, my brain is actually melting right now. I think I'm probably just rambling because I'm thinking out loud while thinking about like little snippets of notes I left for myself that all tie in to, the overarching philosophical story here. So, I enjoyed it. I think we'll probably be... Is there any reason that we wouldn't be able to start Not Cry next week? I need to look at my schedule. I am an extremely busy person right now. But I'm going to do my best to try to work it in next week. Did a lot today. Escaping the cycle of birth and death from the Vedas. Yes, that is probably worth reading. You'll probably get a lot of insight from that. So, yeah. looking forward to next time we play.